It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Because we just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
Because we just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Time. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
It's time for Jim Cornette's Right Through, sponsored by Stephen P. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Right Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen.
There's something weird, and it don't look good.
You can't do this! Acknowledge your tribal ghost!
Let's go. Bring it on.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend off the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, Saturday night. Yeah. I am your host, Phil S. Marks.
You fucking Mark!
And on tonight's show, we have a bunch to get to. Dominik Mysterio is unhappy in WWE versus his AAA booking, which I mentioned on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, allegedly. And now all of a sudden the dirt sheets are running with it from their WWE sources. But they don't even have the actual information correct, so we're going to cover that. Eddie Kingston gets dragged. Joey Janela versus the World. He takes on LoPiccolo. We're finally going to get to that. And also he went at Produce Wrestling, who's been kind of melting down on some people as of late. Produce by Orange Crush. Have you guys ever heard of that? I've brought it up on the show a couple times, but nothing too crazy. And now... yeah, he's beefing with everybody, so we're gonna get, or whoever books it. I don't think they book it. I think what Produce is like different wrestlers go and co-produce shows, so it's not like one booker who books / produces every fucking show. Like different wrestlers come in and then collab and like co-produce a show, so it's called Produce Wrestling. I don't know. I'm just letting you guys know, because we're going to talk about him beefing with Joey Janela and LoPiccolo beefing with Joey Janela. And, yeah, lots of other stuff. I mean, there's nothing too crazy in, like, the main companies right now that's going on other than this Dominik Mysterio stuff, I suppose. And I don't even think it's that crazy. You just watch the show and you're like, yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if he wasn't the happiest guy right now as it pertains to fucking his booking, if that's the case. But we'll get into all of that and more. I'm Phil S. Marks. You are... Oh, and of course, Eddie Kingston. Yeah, he got dragged. Zilla Fatu got dragged. Matt Cardona's in some drama. We do have a jam-packed show, guys. Don't even get it twisted. Like, this is going to be fun, but there's just not a lot going on in, like, TNA, WWE, AEW. Like, all of those feds are kind of chilling and sleepy right now as far as, like, you know, as far as like anything major going on, but there is just drama everywhere. Also Collision's on, if you guys are watching that. Maybe something of note will go on there. SmackDown went down. We're going to talk about that and so much more. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into, like, there's all these little side things, like, you know, Joe Gacy talked about Vince McMahon a little bit, but it's like, it's not even worthy of talking about. Then you have, like, Brian Knobbs was accused of carrying Hulk Hogan's drugs back in the day. And it's like, well, who the fuck else did it? You know, we really, there's just nothing too crazy going on stories wise, other than this Dom thing, you know? Or Braun Strowman is claiming there's no tribal chief without him. And it's like, okay, I guess so. Killer Cross did take on Kojima tonight on MLW Fusion, and Corbin's going to be on MLW again. Like, he's in a Texas Tornado tag match, so I guess they filmed like a bunch of shit, or WWE let him film a bunch of extra shit. I have no clue what's going on with that. And we are going to jump into miscellaneous news. Now, I did want to pull a clip for you guys. I didn't bookmark this. Guys, hit like, all that good shit. If you're watching on X, heart and retweet, hit like, subscribe, become a member, gift a membership, super chat, and patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. And also, if you want a discount on NordVPN, go to nordvpn.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Those are my plugs. Cheap, quick plugs, right? I've been watching this thing called Bad Game Show, which is like, what's his name? Not Santino Morello, but like Cheeto Santino or whatever. And him and Bobby Lee, they have like a game show. And it just kind of came up in my algorithm. And I don't listen to their podcast or anything, but the game show is really funny. It's just so chaotic. And I don't know. They're clearly trying to get picked up by Netflix or something. But yeah, guys, let's do miscellaneous news. And I want to also, where the fuck is this? I know I saw it before I came on the air. This post about Corbin. Somebody's like, he's doing a Texas Tornado match. And I don't know if they photoshopped the U.S. title on whatever. We'll just, you guys already know. Corbin's like in a bunch of episodes of MLW. So how many did they tape before he took off? Or is he still doing dates? Let me like ask AI. How many? Okay, here. Is Corbin working for both WWE and MLW, or did they tape everything way in advance? I don't know if AI has an answer, but we're asking AI. So, yeah, his MLW Fusion appearances were all taped way in advance, months prior. So, maybe are they piping in crowd noise, or are they just in front of... the same crowd? Like, how the fuck they pull this off? I don't know, but MLW's ruling right now. He's officially with WWE. Okay. Well, ladies and germs, let's get into miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And I just want to play this clip from Fusion here. This match went down, and Killer Cross took on Satoshi Kojima and tapped him out tonight to defend the title. Shout out MLW Fusion.
How rare of a sight this is to see Kojima defeated, and Cross realizes how
Julius Caesar's been a member for 24 months. God damn. That's 2 years.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Julius Caesar.
it is, how special
Showing
his
mad
opponent
respects.
is, and what this means for both champion and challenger.
I think both men, as you said, realize how special this is.
Yeah, so shout them out, I guess. If you haven't, go and watch Blood and Thunder. I think it was Blood and Thunder, or are they building up to Blood and Thunder? Yeah, it was MLW Blood and Thunder, which is an awesome fucking name for a wrestling show. So we move along, okay? Speaking of the indies, and again, Baron Corbin, like, what the fuck? He filmed all of this stuff this far in advance. So the Joshua Bishop thing, like, he's getting a WWE tryout over SummerSlam weekend. Like, is he even going to be there much longer? How much of his shit did they tape? So they knew way in advance Corbin was leaving. They had to have, to do the whole angle with, like, oh, he's gone, and then there's 3 guys in the skyscrapers now, and da-da-da. That's awesome. I just love that. As Phil S. Marks here. So, speaking of guys on the indies, Malachi Aleister Black has gone bald and now is once again Tommy End. So he's looking like he's in the best shape of his life. and he shaved his head bald. Okay, whatever. And now he's going by Tommy End again. And I guess if we're to believe this post, and there was a little vignette video, I might have it. Did I bookmark it? I don't even know if I did, because he just literally got up off like a bed or a couch, and then he fucking like makes coffee or something. Like, it was so boring. But Tommy End is going to be hitting the indie scenes again. I'm assuming. I don't think he'll be back in AEW like Meltzer and the Sickos, and everybody's like, he doesn't like to lose. He's a piece of shit. So I assume he'll just like hit the indies and all that. People say he'd be cool in TNA, but he might not want to do that because he'd be getting paid way less, and it's like attached to WWE in a way. So I don't know, man. Tommy End and Zelina versus Killer Cross and Scarlett and MLW, a long program between them where they're like one-on-one feuding, and then they end up having to team up to take out the fucking Good Brothers and the Contra Mercs and all this shit. That could be cool. The Skyscrapers or whatever. That could be cool shit. We will see. And shout out Tommy End, if that's what he's being called, or that Drain Bamager guy's just marking out and calling him that. So we're on the indies here, right? And Steve Maclin was stripped of his indie championship belt amid AEW rumors. So he's likely going to be leaving to go to ROH/AEW to be with his wife. And someone pointed out as well, because Mara Sade left TNA and we were speculating where she could go, and people pointed out like she's married to or engaged to or dating Kevin Knight or something like that. So she's obviously going to show up in AEW as well. And again, probably maybe she manages Kevin Knight. That'd be cool. But I just see Tone completely not knowing what to do with Mara Sade, because she's like what her superstar look and aura and fucking character, I feel, not that she's a terrible wrestler, but that's what she has, like an it factor that if you could, you can cultivate that into something bigger, I think, with Sade. And Tone doesn't know what to do with people like that. So shout out Steve Maclin. I'm sure you'll have bangers in fucking ROH or whatever. That's cool. He'll have a collision match. They could team him up with Ciampa. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but then maybe some people would think that would diminish what Ciampa's doing in AEW. We'll see. Shout out Maclin. Good for him. He's going to go get a payday. So speaking of ex-WWE/TNA/ex-AEW people just popping up on the indies and doing their thing, Shayna Baszler returned to House of Glory HOG Wrestling.
Submission magician makes her NYC Arena debut. Not her first time at HOG, but her first time here in this venue. Why is she called the submission magician, you may ask? Because she makes your consciousness disappear. And it's her birthday. Look at that. Whoa! Happy birthday.
Happy belated.
What a birthday gift it would be if she can walk out of here with that championship.
416 days. The second longest reign in NXT Women's Championship history, Jason. Only behind Asuka. You add up both of her reigns with that championship, it's 548. She's one of the most dominant women to ever come out of that performance center.
Is that JD? I'm over here now. First I was over there. Now I'm putting over the PC. Oh.
Last time we saw her.
I can sweep for WWE, but when it's on HOG, I'm over here now. I get emotional if it's WWE radio and I wasn't invited. I'm sad.
House of Glory was last year.
Is that him? I don't know. I like his radio voice. I'm JD.
Superclass, and she got a win over Maki Ito. Submission.
Yeah, this is good shit. HOG's got to start, like, I don't know, are they selling these pay-per-views? I don't know what they're on, but get the YouTube presence like MLW, like JCW started to do, to where people are aware of it. HOG, and maybe they are, and I'm just not aware of it, but I get like Japanese wrestling and shit from YouTube channels I can't even read the fucking name of that float in my way in my algorithm. So HOG, like they draw good crowds, they get good wrestlers there. They got JD. He's got a big voice in the space. He could promote the fuck out of whatever YouTube show or whatever. You know, he could do an official post show with somebody. Like they have all the opportunity right there. And they should jump all over trying to make a bit of a splash and, you know, get fucking. I want to see more wrestling companies start to land these deals, these little fucking. Hopefully MLW gets a little TV deal. Look at how what TNA's done. If any of these networks or any of these places are questioning, should we invest in some wrestling? I'm not saying like AMC's making gangbusters, but you look at TNA, and TNA has a track record of doing this, but you don't look at AEW, you don't look at what WWE's doing, you look at something like TNA and go, shit, man. Or even NWA. If we're believing their numbers on Comet TV or whatever, they were beating TNA in some of the ratings already, if we're to believe whatever press they've been putting out. Nobody's really corroborated those NWA numbers. But HOG should be looking at that and going, dude. And especially you have JD at your disposal. Like you definitely need to do, he could host like the post whatever show, YouTube fucking HOG post show, whatever. And it could be like an online based thing and just lean into that. And you have it right there. You could start getting traction. Look at Reality of Wrestling. They split into 2 shows. You know? OVW's partnering up with TNA and things like that. So HOG, I'm not saying they need to be co-opted, but they need to, like, they have the opportunity to like rival MLW right now as far as like presence and quality of shows. Like MLW's putting a strong foot forward in giving you guys like a highly produced show that you could stick anywhere, like on, you could stick, you know, it could be on any of these TNT Sport, whatever the fuck, and it would fit in, you know, and it gives you more of like an old school wrestling vibe than anything. So in my opinion, maybe old school for me, right? Like I'm a 90s kid. So yeah, I guess like it gives you more of the like attitude era, jacked, velocity type vibe, in my opinion. ECW mixed with like, you know, WWE attitude era ishy, not as far as like stone cold beer trucks and shit, but just, I don't know, the pacing of it. There's chaos. MLW Fusion's fun. So HOG has the potential right there. I don't know. I'm just fantasy mark booking for HOG. I'm over here now with JD. I work there. Yeah, I got a couple of gigs. So, speaking of HOG, Zilla Fatu dropped his world championship and seems to be WWE bound. Now, Fadeaway Media saying new bloodline member has arrived. Obviously, if you're in the family, you're in the bloodline. Obviously, Tala and Tama could take them under his wing. But like we've discussed for a long time on this show, well over a year at the bare minimum, you know, he's getting better, but he's still green. He needs NXT. They can't fuck around and just put him on the main roster. They could build him up the way Solo was built up, and then he inevitably joins the bloodline. The way Usos and Roman, they're doing the bloodline thing. Solo's there. Everybody's like, oh shit. And then he joins the fucking bloodline. He was running NXT. You know, you're in the bloodline. It ain't even about like, oh, I joined the bloodline officially. It's just like who you align with. Are you with the Tongans? Are you over? I was over there with the Tongans. Now I'm back over here now. That's where I am. Are you, you know, with Roman? Are you doing your own thing? We could get a third fucking, we don't know. So, does he come in as a bad guy? or does he come in as a bad guy, but he just gets over like a monster? Because I don't think that'll happen, right? Or does he come in as like the Uso? He's a good guy. We don't even know. He plays a badass on the indies and everything, and I'm sure he's one in real life. But I'm just saying, like, it could be the opposite. Jacob Fatu came in, and I thought personally, I was like, I think they're gonna try and get him over as a baby face first because he does flips and shit. I don't know if he's going to go out there and but no, he does flips and shit, but he's like a wild Samoan. So they booked Jacob Fatu way better than I just didn't have the utmost faith in it for whatever reason, okay? WWE's creative. I'm not saying it's terrible, but I just thought like they're going to try and make him a cool guy because he does backflips and shit, and they're not going to try and make him a destroyer like Solo. Boy, was I wrong. And they did the right thing. WWE absolutely did the right thing. With Zilla, it could be the opposite. They could bring him in as like, a little cuz, a little nephew, fucking the Usos are looking over, and then he's being tempted by the bad shit, and then he eventually turned whatever the fuck. But I don't see him being on the main roster anytime soon. And he had a lengthy HOG world title reign. Now, last time everybody said Zilla's going to be in WWE right away, Zilla to WWE. The last time everybody said this, guess what happened, guys? He didn't end up, he started taking dates. He's like, I want to go to Japan and Europe and shit. I don't know if he took dates in Japan, but he is like, dude, I want to go all over the world and stuff. So it's not a matter of like if he's going to WWE. He's going to go to WWE one day, even if it's for a cup of coffee. It's a matter of when, right? Like they have all the time in the world. How old is Zilla Fatu? Let's look it up. How old is Zilla Fatu? 26, man, a kid. So they got all the time in the world to debut him and figure out what his story's going to be, or to develop him and stuff. And maybe they've just been waiting. Maybe Booker T's been pushing for it, and finally they're going to do it. Whatever. He could be the Evolve champ first. Just take your time with him. Make sure he's all good. Now, I like Zilla. I'm a fan of the guy. I've sat here and said, listen, he's improved a shit ton in the way he looks, the way he carries himself in the ring. But he's still green. We've said it. I've been saying it. He's still green in there a little bit. And that's why NXT is definitely where he's going to be. And then when they call him up, it's going to be Solo brings him up, or the Tongans bring him up, or the Usos and Roman bring him up, the way they brought Solo up, and he's going to be the new Street Fighter. Maybe Solo brings him up as a face, and he's like, this is my new Street Fighter, whatever. Or maybe in 2 years when Zilla's ready, Solo's a fucking villain again. Who knows? But here was Zilla's last match, and people were in HOG, I guess. Was this his last one? And people are dragging him for this. Yeah, it was at HOG, the show that we were just watching. People are dragging him for this. What a disaster. This guy here with the 1.4K and the 160,000 impressions, there's like 10 other people with similar or greater numbers than that who shared this video, left a comment to shit on Zilla. And, like this has gotten tons of traction today. So let's watch this. You guys let me know what you think about this little exchange here. That's not Amazing Red, is it? Who did Zilla wrestle for his last match in HOG Wrestling? It was Amazing Red. Why is he like bloody or something? Or does he rock face paint now and I just didn't realize? But yeah, so this is Amazing Red. So let's just put it this way. I'm sure Amazing Red has had a couple rough nights at the office, as they say. But it ain't on him, dude. He's one of the most praised. Like anybody who came up in wrestling in this generation is like Amazing Red. Like people list him. He's one of those dudes that innovated, helped get people over, helped train people. invented moves. Fucking people wrestled and he gave them the rub in the indies and stuff like that. So he's a world-renowned pro wrestler who is like a small guy. So he's never going to be like WWE world champion or whatever the fuck. So like he ain't fucking this up. Right? Between Zilla and Red, who is this on? I mean, come on. Show both these guys out, though. Let's watch this.
Brandishing that iron. Wait. Taking crucifix.
It's an octopus.
Wait a minute.
Wow. Oh, he tried to go for the code red. He couldn't get him.
Tried for the code red.
So the code red, typically how that move goes, like, Roxanne hits the pop rock. She just lands on your back, and then you pop for the fucking destroyer, sunset flip bomb, whatever you want to call it. With Amazing Red, the code red is like the difference between that move and a straight up code red is you like hit the mat first with your hands like a handstand, and then you like pop back up, and then you hit like the flipping sunset bomb. So Zilla went back for the sunset bomb, could have just killed Amazing Red right there. And like, hey, you learn in Zilla, I mean, should he be taking code reds and shit and doing flippy? No, I don't even think he should be doing shit like that. Right? You need to be building him up and giving him like a athletic but powerful, like a tough guy's move base, a brawling move base, move set, if you will, like a Roman Reigns style. That's Zilla's, he's not a big powerhouse guy who can also flip around like fucking Jacob. He's not he's more of like an Uso Roman Reigns style. I think he's, yeah. I don't want to bury the Usos, but I think he's more in like a Roman camp athletically, if he could just hone all of his skills in and went 26. I'm not trying to bury the kid, but he almost killed Amazing Red. Let's be honest.
It's an octopus.
Wait a minute.
Wow. Oh, he tried to go for the code red. He couldn't get him.
Tried for the code red. The momentum just wasn't there. Could not get the weight over.
So yeah, you guys understand, right? Like the pop rocks, you land on the back, you flip instantly destroyer. Code red, you like get on the back and then you go forward handstand, then you flip up and then you flip through with the sunset bomb or whatever the fuck. So he just went a little too early. And it's incredibly unfortunate, man, that's like his last match in HOG and people are like, rough, he's going to WWE now, woof. And it's like, well, yeah, he's going to go learn in NXT. He's going to WWE, he's going to be in NXT, and he's going to learn how to do this shit better. So let's not bury him too much. Right? So speaking of the indies and NXT, former NXT star Damon Kemp hospitalized after surviving a lightning strike. So lightning didn't strike in his career, but it did strike him. I'm a jokester now. So he survived his first and hopefully last lightning strike. View this post on Instagram. Do you think when he comes back to wrestling, his theme will be, you've been thunderstruck? I'm sorry. I'm a dick. I'm a dickhead. Thank God he's alive. And we move along here. Speaking of being alive, Hulk still rules. Hulk's alive. Hulk rules forever, brother. And a new version of Hulk Hogan is back in the ring. Timu Hogan was in action at Insane Wrestling Revolution's Kangaroo Cup show last night from Grizzly's Bar and Grill in Wyandotte, Michigan. Timu Hogan actually went on to win the Kangaroo Cup tournament with Sam Beal. Let's take a look. This is courtesy of George Ross on Facebook. So what made him go with Timu Hogan? Like, could he just, he has a skullet and then he grew the mustache and was like, I know, I'll do Timu Hogan. Yeah, I don't know. There's Timu Chris Lieben, those who know. It's kind of funny, man. And who's that? Nick Wayne? Oh, man. So we move along here. And on the indies, we were talking a little bit about wrestling schools and whatnot. And a video, this is courtesy of Rocky Wrestling. Video recently shared by Kaylee Fuego, a student at the Devon Dudley Academy, shows a fight that occurred during training between Jay Lux, Kiki Roberts, Gabriel Leon, and SoFly Ty. Devon Dudley is deeply disappointed. So let me know, chat. Work or shoot. Work or shoot, brothers. They're obviously working. Let's take it. I like that they did this, though. I like that more gyms and schools are starting to do little angles like this. Let's take a look. Like, they're clearly working, but I like this. It's just a way to get attention on what you guys are doing on social media, and I don't know, they're trainees. So you can't be like, okay, go out. Like, if you're two professionals, you can agree. Like, let's throw a few live ones in there. You know what I mean? Like, let's fucking make this really real for people. They're kids. What do you want them to really fight each other? I saw people like mad at this. Oh, it's clearly a work. No shit. What do you think we're doing? It's fucking pro wrestling.
Cut it out! So I understand what happened last time. So this has to be redone. So on August 15th, we're going to redo this stuff all over again. Yeah, you hear that? Yeah, shut up! Now you two get the hell out of here. And we do this on August 15th. All right. Now get out of my damn way. All right. Oh, yeah.
WWE sues them for this being in the background of their little Yeah, I don't know, man. Shout out Devon. That's cool. Shout out to school and everything. Speaking of it's still real, damn it. Wide receiver Brock Steiner, the son of WWE Hall of Famer Scott Steiner, has been suspended 6 games by the NFL. Oh, shit. Now, I looked up what it was for, and it was because of performance enhancers or something like that. Why was Brock Rex Steiner suspended? He violated the NFLPA performance-enhancing substances policy. 6 regular season games is the penalty. Violation of the performance-enhancing substances policy. He remains eligible to participate in all training camp practices and preseason games. The suspension officially takes effect when the New Orleans Saints reduce their roster to 53 players. So here's the thing, right? You see Dave Meltzer. I believe Dave jumped on this, and the Observer was like, well, if the suspension lasts too long or longer than 6 games, then they're likely the idea is he will just go straight to NXT and not play in the NFL and make millions of dollars for himself. Even if he only is there for it, because it's not like he's suspended, right? But he'll still get paid his contract, no? Here, let me follow up on this. Let's ask AI. Let's trust in AI. Put all of our faith in it. Will he still get paid? Let's see how this works in NFL. No, he will not get paid. Okay. All league suspensions are served without pay. Damn. So he's forfeiting Players forfeit 1/18 of their base salary for each week they are suspended. Damn, so he is forfeiting a lot of pay. But if he passes the next thing, then he's all good. And also, the suspension doesn't even take place until they clean up their roster to 53 players or whatever the fuck it said. Yeah, 53 players. So that, how many games do they have to be below 53 or to 53 before the season starts? They probably do, right? Or before they play a game, they probably have to clean their roster up to that limit. So, I mean, it'll take effect after the preseason, then presumably, and then by the first game of the season. Like, he's missing 6 games. I don't know how long until he's got to test again, and then whatever. If he does dip out to NXT, I mean, that's just so easy to be a dirt sheet and go like, yeah, the idea is, Brian, that he'll go and just go straight to NXT or whatever. It's like, okay, maybe. Just take it once. There's your top football reporter, Patrick Mahomes. Oh, stupid idiot. But yeah, he is definitely going to be in the WWE one day. But even if you fail you miss 6 games, just don't piss hot or whatever the fuck. Your blood tests, I don't know what they do. Stay clean for even like 2 years in the NFL, make however much money from doing that, and then go to WWE. That's definitely the wiser move, but you don't know if you're going to get over if you just go to NXT. So I know everybody fucking thinks that'll be the case, but I think him trying to get squeeze 3 years out of the NFL is the smarter move. I don't know. I'm sure his dad is coaching him in the right direction with all of that, but not with the steroid. And good to see he's taken after his father, though. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be a genetic freak. Braun Breaker is very much like his father, Rick Steiner. It's only par for the course. It's only apropos that Brock comes in, Brock Breaker, and he's just juiced up like his daddy with the fucking veins and everything, dude. Literally Steiner's 2.0. That will rule, okay? So Vince McMahon, speaking of rulings, a judge ruled that Vince McMahon will be hit with a $42.5 million payment in massive WWE merger settlement. So he's paying out the wazoo. Let's take a look here. Vince McMahon is paying a brutal price to make the WWE shareholder lawsuit go away. So McMahon and his insurers agreed to pay $42.5 million as part of the settlement over WWE's merger with UFC, pushing the total payout in the case to a jaw-dropping $147.5 million. Okay, but how much did TKO bring in quarter to 2026? Let's be honest here. Okay, so WWE alone brought in $620.9 million. And then UFC generated $535.7 million in revenue. Both way increased. And think about this. UFC brought in a 30% increase year over year. And they claim they lost $30 million on that White House show. That was a $30 million deficit for them as well. So even if they had that extra $30 million, they would be at $565.7K. WWE did $621 million. Or I didn't mean to say K, I meant M, and then $621M for WWE that they brought in, which is a 12% increase year over year. Crazy. So and then Vince has got to be a billionaire himself. Again, we're just asking AI. We're putting AI to work. Is Vince McMahon a billionaire? Man, technically a billionaire. Let's word it that way. He has to be, no? Yes, he is technically and officially. $3.6 billion is his personal net worth, because there's some people who creep into these lists that are like, Well, they're technically a billionaire if they liquidated all their shit or whatever, but Vince, he's got $1 billion just lying around to play with, 100%. So him paying this like $42 million and this $147 million, that's honestly peanuts to TKO and Vince combined right now. They're laughing at that, you know? To get away with bringing in the money they're bringing in, they brought in like 10x that. No, they're going to bring in like fucking 10x that number next year. So it's pretty fucking crazy. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Indies Global Miscellaneous Wrestling News. Let's fucking go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And that was the intro to PWT, folks. Just the intro. Only the intro to the show. By God, King, who's watching Collision? What's going on that show today? Guys, well over 200 watching. Make sure you hit like. If you're on X, just hit the heart or the retweet, okay? Come say hello in chat or whatever. Hit like. You guys can super chat. Become a member for only 99 cents. I do bonus shows every week, and patrons also get access to those bonus shows and other content. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. I drop stuff like early on there, and there's some exclusive things and bonus Dave Meltzer shows and stuff like that. And I got one coming your guys' way this week, a bonus Dave Meltzer. So make sure you tap in over there. And we're going to watch, we're going to react to wrestlers burying Dave Meltzer. Appreciate you guys. You can gift a membership too, all that good stuff. It's how you support. And just hit like or retweet or whatever the fuck. Now, on some, guys, when I go on my, and let me know where you guys are, because different countries and different regions get different rollouts on different fucking technologies and apps and sites. First, on YouTube, when I go on my MacBook, there's no dislike button anymore on anything. And I thought they were only getting rid of it for shorts because, like, the algorithm you know, on YouTube, if you just instantly scroll past a short, you didn't like it, right? So they said, they're like, we're going to remove dislikes for shorts because if you stop, watch it, hit the like button on a video, clearly you're taking the time to support and you like that video. And it might even be, oh, I click on it, hit the like, and then I'm going to come back to it later or something if it's a long form video. And then the dislikes on long form, I think, is cool. On a short, I understand when YouTube's like, we're just going to get rid of dislikes for them. Whatever. Maybe that's better for their, you know, calculations or whatever the fuck. But I noticed on regular videos, it got rid of the dislike on my MacBook. But on like my phone and shit, there was still a dislike button. Like, let's test right now. And you guys can feel free to hit the dislike if you'd like as well. On my videos, I don't give a fuck. But let's just click on this here. Yeah, there's still a dislike on my YouTube app on my phone. So curious. You guys let me know. Are they just removing the dislike button wherever you're at? Sassy Girl gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clip. Oh shit. You know what that means. You know what that means. Let's go. Who got those memberships? Let me know who got them. Lisa got one. Lisa B, shout you out. Welcome to the madness. I don't know the names of who got them. You guys got to out yourselves in chat. Let's go. The girl next door, she was before. Come on. Excellent, guys. Thank you all. Thank you, Sassy Girl. I appreciate it. Round of applause. Welcome new members. Okay, guys, let's get into some TNA news. So we don't have much in here, but TNA confirmed a new partnership with Dude Wipes. Now, typically for the other like AEW and WWE, and I've done it for TNA, when they do these partnership whatever deals, I just quickly bookmark it, and sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's just like, okay, they just did a partnership with Fireball, and then all of a sudden you see a Fireball ladder at the PLE or whatever. These sorts of things. That's why we cover it. I don't really give a fuck who Dude Wipes sponsors, you know? But with that being said, it says that the fast-growing personal care brand bringing the brand directly into action through an innovative, entertainment-driven fan activation, blah, blah, blah. This came out that Deuce, which is disgusting, by the way. Poop is gross. It is not to be joked about. I would never joke about shit, pal. Yeah. So Deuce, the mascot of Dude Wipes, will be featured in their own, because I guess they're genderless. They don't identify, so it's a they. It's a they, them. In their own TNA wrestling storyline. Now, immediately when you read this headline, I go, they must have pitched this to WWE first. I guarantee you this came up in a WWE conversation and they were like, no, we can't have anything. We can't get any more shit on us. No? Anyone? So Deuce is becoming, okay, well, they've announced their partnership. Deuce becoming a part of custom TNA storyline through exclusive backstage segments, match walkouts, ringside appearances, and original digital content. The partnership will feature an appearance from Deuce, not Domino, however. I always knew this Deuce guy was an asshole. At TNA Lockdown on August 23rd to film exclusive content and the full integration in the collaboration. It's like the vignette. You'll shit yourself entering the cage. In the Dude Wipes cage. You'll shit yourself before entering Lethal Lockdown. This Friday in San Antonio. So the full integration in the collaboration with the debut during the TNA Impact tapings in San Antonio on Friday, blah, 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 with the Dude Wipes episode airing at a later date. It's like fucking LeBron James level. Dude Wipes, man. A whole episode based around Dude Wipes. Like it's fucking Leslie Nielsen in his prime. Fucking Naked Gun WWE crossover. Fans attending those events will be able to enjoy product sampling. Sampling? These ones are flavored. Flavored Dude Wipes. Here's our scented ones. Go ahead. Try it on your asshole. Go ahead, stand behind this curtain and try it on your asshole right over there. Let us know how that feels. And doesn't that feel great? Holy fuck, how do you sample a Dude Wipe? Sounds disgusting. I hope people bring hand sanitizer. For the love of God, don't touch anything. Don't touch your eyes. Right? Deuce wears glasses for a reason. So TNA and Dude Wipes will also work together on a recurring digital content series that will provide a behind-the-scenes look at TNA wrestlers and their toilet habits. It will air across TNA's social media channels. Holy fuck, man. Weird. So yeah, there you go. I mean, I get the sin emoji, but a Dude Wipes asshole wipe, it's like, no, you guys are just meant to be, you just sponsor manly shit and we don't talk about it, right? What's next? Evolution brought to you by fucking Tampax or something? So yeah, shout out Dude Wipes, I guess. They don't pay me. Shout out TNA and shout out Deuce. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. Okay, guys, we have more news to get into. More news to get into. And film marks, bookmarks. Film marks, bookmarks. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, what are we going to do next here? What's on my itinerary of things to do? Yeah, let's do some WWE news next. Okay, guys, let's do that. That seems like the move. Most definitely. I hate that X keeps like changing up the layout of their shit all the time, constantly lately. Okay, so WWE, again, there's not too terribly much, guys. Let's get into this over here. And let's hit a breaking news for WWF news. So, brought to you by Dude Wipes. So, guys, let's get into some WWE news. WWE filed to trademark Vice City on August 4th. This comes ahead of an expected main roster call-up for Lola Vice, and then, of course, the Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So we'll see. Did you guys see how GTA's like on Netflix were doing an exclusive trailer or something, and people are just dragging the new GTA? And then it's not even expected to come out for a while now. Again, already. They're saying it'll get pushed back again. But yeah, video games are wilding out lately with being like, we're getting rid of discs. And now everyone's like, no. But if they do that, just go back and play old shit. Just start collecting again. That's what everybody's got to do. Physical media for things like this. I saw some app that allows you to like, I don't know if it's for VR or what, but it compiles all of your streaming services that you're subscribed to into like a virtual movie store. So it looks like you're going to a Blockbuster and like picking out things to watch like old school. What a sad, depraved, and just horrific society we have become.
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
It's really sad when you think about it. We're fucked. Shout out Lola Vice, though, and I can't wait till she's on the main roster. My other favorite, again, I know how to pick them. I told y'all, go back years to when Valerie Lareda first signed to WWE, and I went, they got something with her. And then she's just blown up, and now she's on the main roster. Tatum Paxley as well. I've been glazing her so hard, and she plays fucking flutes. Dude, main roster, boom. So they also filed to trademark something else kind of goofy. The mic. And so the Miz's new thing, the Miz's thing is like, oh, I have tiny balls. No, I don't. And then everyone's like, you have tiny balls. You have tiny balls. And then now he's like, oh, don't call me the mic. I'll never be the mic. And so the mic is now like the meme name for the Miz, and they trademarked it. And obviously people are going to get behind it. And this is why the Miz keeps a job, folks. Okay? He's like the new Rock. He just comes up with a different thing that they can slap on a fucking t-shirt, you know? So we move along here, and in other business news, this is according to WrestleVotes Radio on Fightful. And it's hilarious because I feel like these guys just take like Twitter things that people are talking about on Twitter, and then they make it into like this big ass headline. Now, the biggest headline any dirt sheet got this week was the Dominik Mysterio thing that I told you guys on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week 2 days ago. And this came out today, the Dom stuff. And what allegedly? Oh my God. So my comedy shows break this news, their biggest and most like substantial headlines of the week. Like, how many times do we got to do this, folks? And dirt sheets are just silly. But one thing they talked about, and this is how slow the news is this week, folks, But WWE seriously considered expanding Royal Rumble 27 into a 2-night event. It's like, yeah, I bet they've seriously considered expanding a bunch of events 2 nights for the last few years. It's not really a headline. However, as things stand, the expectation within the company is that it will remain a 1-night event, possibly for the final time. And again, when you're getting WrestleManias that are 2 nights and SummerSlams that are 2 nights, and it's like, no shit, guys. This show does bigger numbers than Mania. So no shit. I mean, you could say this at any time and make this a headline. You know, there's significant interest from within WWE to eventually turn the show into a multi-night event. So there you go. They seriously considered it, man, but they didn't do it, man. But like next time, maybe we don't know, but like we're pretty sure they considered it, dude. It's pretty fucking nuts. Just got to make fun of shit like this. WWE SummerSlam 2029 is reportedly set to take place in Indianapolis, Indiana. So we know that in Indy, they were promised or worked out a deal or were really eager to get multiple like big events. And I think, didn't somebody in politics in Indianapolis say like, yeah, we are going to have a WrestleMania here or something like that. And then it turned out it got moved somewhere else or whatever. Like they talked out of their ass a bit, and everybody wants WWE still, even though everybody wants to say it's dying and it's dead and shit. Bro, if you can do 30,000 people in an Arizona or in Indianapolis or whatever the fuck for wrestling, that's like a big deal for them. And 2 nights in a row. So we'll see SummerSlam in Indy. Kind of weird. I want to see them do like a big Wembley show. Especially they go to Saudi. It doesn't really matter what time they put their PLEs on. Like it's going to do big numbers, replay streaming wise and all of this shit. I want to see WWE go and do a big affair in Wembley. But also, I think we will get to a point where and I was saying this forever again, and then you guys see AAA do it. And I know it makes sense to do something and to split 1 night of Triple Mania in Vegas and then 1 night of Triple Mania in Mexico. But they're already like testing that format out too. So there's going to be a year where we get like WrestleMania on the West Coast and then WrestleMania on the East Coast, night 1 and night 2. Or something like that in the same country, maybe even different countries. Maybe not different countries, actually, for a WrestleMania. Maybe you keep it in this. But there will be a point in time where they're running like 2 different big major cities for WrestleMania and shit like that, too. They'll at least test it one time. And it won't be because, and again, this will be 10 years in the future. Dave Meltzer will be like a head in a jar, like in Futurama. And he'll be like, well, actually, Brian, still arguing with an old man, Brian, whose hair looks like Dave's does now. And they'll be arguing about like, well, the reason they're doing this, Brian, is because they're worried about AEW. But it'll come to that point as well. So speaking of like, WWE making moves and traveling around, folks, Hawaii live tour, Hawaii 2026. They'll be in Honolulu in October. And I wonder, are they doing more dates than that? So October 16th, they're going to do a show, a live event in Hawaii. It'll be the company's first time traveling to Hawaii since 2019. And good for them. And then again, some people are like, The Rock will be there. You go in the replies. And I've seen a couple little tweets. But again, it's just degenerate IWC activity saying shit like that. So this has just been announced right here, and we were talking about this a show or 2 ago. But the bracket for the tournament to determine which luchador will challenge Roman Reigns in Mexico City for the World Heavyweight Championship. So when they announced this tournament, Rey Mysterio announced this tournament, and he went and talked to Roman after Raw, and he's like, hey, I'm the GM of AAA, and I want to talk to you about some opportunity, whatever. And they're doing a Raw in Mexico City. So my first choice was you do El Grande because he's just such a mega over fucking star. Now, shout out the PWT universe, or Club PWT as we've become to be known. You guys all pointed out, look, you said, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. El Grande is going to be El Mega Campeon. So El Grande is probably going to win Mega Campeon in at Triple Mania, rather, the night before this event. And then they're like, so why would you have, people pointed out, like, you wouldn't have him job out to Roman the next night unless he loses to Dom, and then you have him job out and just take Roman to the limit because they're in Mexico or whatever. But you guys are right. That's not, if they don't go with El Grande, and then you just have super mega over El Grande on that show anyways, defend the Mega Campeon separately, and then it's just a massive, huge show. That's a way better option. My second choice, personally, was Penta. Or if Dom drops the title, that's my third choice. You do Dirty Dom, maybe? But I don't know. Well, we got the brackets for the tournament. So we do know it won't be Dom, it won't be El Grande, which, again, Dom will get big heat. Like, he'll come out with Omos at the Raw in Mexico or something like that. That could be cool. And I'm really excited for this Raw. Member Monday, we typically do member shows on Monday. We'll definitely be watching this shit whatever time it airs live, right? So become a member or gift a membership, like Sassy Girl. So we got Penta versus Laredo Kid. The way I view this shit, Penta versus Roman. Penta can take the loss. He's over in Raw already. He's a Raw superstar. This elevates him to mid-upper guy now. Like I said, he's gonna hold this world heavy at some point in his career. Maybe not the WWE title. I think he'll be a world champion. Penta will. It won't be against Roman, though. But he'll give him hell. Roman's going to have a fucking banger of a match because he always does. Conrad. Oh, that's not very fair, Phil. Fucking, Roman doesn't even show up tanned to Starrcade 97, Eric. Trying to say Roman Reigns is overrated. And I already did a whole long segment on this. But Conrad Thompson's losing his fucking mind trying to break the internet. Like, I swear this is just a hot take to get eyeballs on 83 Weeks or something. Saying Roman needed Heyman and is overrated and shit. He literally said, nobody can point to a Roman Reigns match and be like, that's fucking my favorite match of all time. It's like, dude, the last handful of matches he's had in main events on all these major PLEs, like, yes, I guarantee you there's people watching those shits where those are going to be their favorite matches of all time. I promise you. Because, like, name them. It's hard to even, like, okay, him versus Seth. That's probably my least favorite. Him versus Punk was amazing. Him versus Punk and Seth was amazing. Just in recent memory. Him versus Brock flipping the ring. Like, that was already a good match. And then he flipped the ring up with the crane or whatever the fuck. With the dozer. Like, that was crazy. That will never leave my mind when he did that. Because you only see that in wrestling once. That's the ring collapse. Like, the fact they trusted a motherfucker to flip the ring up. And then Roman's, like, tumbling down it. And they jumping off the fucking... Like, that was crazy, dude. So... Yes, I don't know what the Shield and the Wyatts. You want to go back to the fucking beginning? Like Shield versus Wyatts? You mean to tell me that wasn't super over with people and Roman wasn't a huge part of that? I just rewatched Sugar Shane Helms, the Hurricane Helms' U-Shoot or whatever the fuck it's called, with Sean Oliver. And he said all the way back then, he's like, you look at a guy like Roman Reigns and he looks like he'll really kick your ass and shit. And Hurricane Helms was saying that all the way back then on a fucking U-Shoot with Sean Oliver. Talking about the new guys and stuff. So I don't know, man. I don't know what Conrad's talking about. But anyways, we're here to glaze this AAA crossover because AAA is the shit. Okay? So in this tournament, you have some names. You have Penta and Laredo Kid. You guys can see the masks there. Psycho Clown versus La Parca. You have Dragon Lee versus El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr. Then you have Rey Fenix versus El Fiscal. Now, out of all of these people, I'm familiar with everybody in this tournament other than El Fiscal, right? Now, I anticipate Rey Fenix gets a win. This is my early prediction for this, okay? And I'm going to hit an X-Files. This is Phil Marks Fantasy, Phil Marks booking. Phoenix and Penta make it to the finals. Then they fight each other Lucha Bros style. And then Penta wins. And now maybe that's too easy. Maybe that's just the on the surface, whatever the fuck. But remember, it's WWE. They reunited Penta and Rey in a dark segment on SmackDown. I think if Phoenix blows up the way Penta does, or they at least put a better effort in like really pushing him and giving him something for people to sink their teeth into, then when they team up, you have a situation where it's like the Lucha Bros versus the Usos and shit. Like that's big time in my eyes, at least, right? That's like, fuck yes, injecting new life into this tag division. Same with like the Lucha Bros versus the Tongans or whatever direction you want to take versus Breaker and Theory and stuff like that. And again, they said WWE's looking for tag teams of guys you could push as singles or tag teams. That was the rumor that the dirt sheets were saying. And it's like, well, no shit. I think that just goes without saying. But either way, right? Let's just. Sorry, I think I muted myself, but I don't know where I got cut off there. But either way, I think that you could give the Usos a situation where they go against the Lucha Bros. That's what I was ranting about. I've ranted about that a billion times already. If I even muted myself, I'm not sure. I think I did. But Rey Fenix, you give him like a nice run in this tournament where everybody's like, oh shit. Now, could it end up being Dragon Lee? Yes, I could see WWE just going with like a main roster guy versus main roster guy who also goes over to AAA. That's my greater point. So if it's not Rey Fenix, whatever. But, I mean, Dr. Wagner, maybe they see something in him. This is an opportunity, though, to have Rey Fenix have a classic. And then everybody's like, holy shit, he's the standout star of this tournament, but he's facing his brother Penta, who's crushed it on Raw. His big brother Penta, who's going to big brother him, has crushed it on Raw, was an IC champ, had a great run, and people see him as a future world champ. Like, this could help elevate Rey Fenix, and you know Penta and Phoenix have wrestled each other. They've tagged together. They'll go out there and do an amazing fucking match that I'm sure they've had in their minds for a while as brothers if they ever got to a WWE stage and whatnot. Winner takes on Roman. Obviously, it'll be Penta. Now, let's just do early predictions here, okay? Penta versus Laredo Kid. Laredo Kid fucking rules. I got Penta winning that. Psycho Clown versus La Parca. La Parca rules, and so does Psycho Clown. I think Psycho Clown gets the dub in that. Dragon Lee versus Dr. Wagner Jr. This is where I don't know. I'm like torn on this because they've, you know, they like Dr. Wagner. He's got a little more size than most of the luchas and like the way he wrestles, you know, he's more old school. They brought him on NXT and SmackDown and shit like that. But I think Dragon Lee gets the dub. Okay. He's AJ Styles' guy. Rey Mysterio's dubbed him the future of Lucha and stuff. Rey Fenix versus El Fiscal. I think Rey Fenix gets that dub. So then that leaves us with Penta versus Psycho Clown or La Parca. Penta's winning that. Phoenix versus Dragon Lee. again, they could have just a banger of a war. And Dragon Lee, it doesn't hurt him none, taking an L to Rey Fenix, really elevating Rey Fenix. And he has a title. Like, Rey Fenix is the Latin American champion as well. And then you have Penta Rey Fenix in the finals. That's my prediction of how this goes down. And then Penta versus Roman, they tear it down. It's good for the Raw in Mexico as well, because like they are both Raw superstars. So that makes the most sense. You have El Grande maybe open the show with someone. I'm just so hyped for this shit, okay? I am so hyped for this. And I'm not like super familiar with El Fiscal either. That's the one person where I'm like, have I even seen him wrestle? El Fiscal highlights. Let's hit him with this. El Fiscal highlights on X. Let's see if anything pops up that we can play. But all the other names I'm familiar with. So his gear looks fucking awesome. He is wrestling tonight, right away here. So we're going to watch AAA. I should have put that in the description. I don't see any highlights of him, but he looks cool as fuck. So I'm down, and we're going to see what happens with all of that. And, yeah, Roman will retain against any of these guys, but it's like a Cruiserweight Classic situation where, again, Rey Fenix could really blow up with this shit. I'm excited for it. Now, where do the matches take place? Are they taking place on AAA programming, or are they taking place on Raw and SmackDown leading up? I don't know. Maybe Lex Luger knows. Lex, where?
I don't know!
Okay, I didn't think you would. But we move along here, okay? And we're talking about the main roster. And we're talking about AAA and on False Finish HQ. So this is False Finish HQ, for those of you who don't know, bodyslam.net or whatever. They interviewed Nick LoPiccolo, and then they had to lay off a bunch of fucking people. And then one of those people, I think, was Corey Haynes or Corey Hayes or whatever the fuck his name is, of Body Slam. And, you know, him and I, like, kind of went back and forth, like, never really arguing. We were always kind of cool on X as far as, like, X goes and shit. You know, he'd respond to some of my shit or whatever every now and again, or I'd like and retweet his stuff. But a couple of the things, like, he was vague posting shit like, bark, bark. And then Braun Breaker doesn't show up, and clearly he's talking about Braun Breaker, and it's just like, so I make fun of that shit, you know? And then he blocked me, so it is what it is. He didn't like me, he blocked me, it's his prerogative, okay? I made the list. I made his blocked list. So he went and started False Finish HQ after he got fired or left Body Slam or whatever. He started False Finish here. So this is his news, I assume. It's his sources. It's his news. And this is what I mean when it's like anybody could start a dirt sheet. Okay? I could easily start one and be like, here's the news section of, and start being real serious. So I heard and reportedly this, and I have a $5 Discord where I'm going to break all the news first, guys. But instead, you know, Phil Marks, I just go,
allegedly.
Maybe I heard something. I don't know. It could be stupid. Let's just factor it in and say if it's true, right? I try to only bring shit to the show that's where I'm like, I don't know, man. I heard this. This is something that I think could be legit. And then if it's just dumb Marks gossiping, I go, I don't know. It's just dumb Marks gossiping, right? It's the easiest way to play it. You don't want to take yourself too seriously in fake wrestling news where people are just, their whole job is trying to spoil a scripted show instead of just marking out and predicting shit the way I do, which is fine. Do your thing. I don't give a fuck. And sometimes, hey, we get some spoilers here too, right? It is what it is. I'm not knocking the hustle. Do your thing, False Finish. But they tell this story here. Sources indicate to False Finish that AAA mega champion Dominik Mysterio is frustrated with the difference in his booking between WWE and AAA. One source noted that Mysterio believes that he should be booked in a more serious way on WWE TV, as he's currently holding the most important championship in AAA. Mysterio would like to see his character portrayed the same instead of it seeming like he's two separate people on two different shows. Now, my whole thing is this. Is this a game of telephone? Because, again, I got this, and here, I date stamped this and everything. So this is a DM I get. And I wrote, things I mention in passing on my comedy show are the dirt sheets' only substantial headlines all week. And it's true. And they're all running with it, and all the aggregator accounts, which thank fuck, dude. I'm live on X. I make original content for X. X is going to start rewarding. I'm not monetized. I have a blue check mark. I don't qualify for monetization, okay? So maybe I will now because everybody has to, like, reapply. I don't even qualify to apply for it. I don't have enough, like, verified followers or some shit, right? So, and I don't know how they're changing the shit, but, like, all these aggregator accounts who just run with these fucking, like, everybody posted this 10 billion, 2.3K. Everybody's just a quick, easy 3K likes on your fucking account. If you now regurgitate this story because it's from False Finish HQ, who go, we're the news. But Phil S. Marks, I'm over here getting no respect. And Thursday, August 6th, and I mentioned it on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week that night. I brought this up, and I said, I heard an allegedly. We'll break it down more on Saturday. And then all of a sudden, Saturday's news, Dom is unhappy. And this is at 8:38 a.m. I received an allegedly, right?
Allegedly.
And I typically only bring these to the show if I think they're legit. Otherwise, it's not an allegedly. I need to make an allegedly folder and then sell it to the sheets. I could make way more money, but I'm dead serious. Me, one other guy who we know, and then AI, and I could start my own dirt sheet and break a bunch of these stories probably first. It's ridiculous. But I heard that this is what I heard is Cartman would say, that's not what we just heard. From a source, Undertaker is not happy with WWE's booking of Dominik Mysterio. So False Finish is getting the story, Dom's not happy. I don't know, man. Where I'm hearing, it's not like I was saying Hot Lucha Summer for months and then WWE announces a fucking AAA sale or anything. So this pertains to AAA shit, whatever. I'm just throwing it out there. I think what I'm hearing is probably more spot on, but whatever. With WWE's, I don't care if I'm right or first. I don't give a fuck. Booking of okay, so Undertaker's not happy with WWE's booking of Dominik Mysterio and had it out with Triple H and Nick Khan during a Zoom meeting in front of other people. Oh shit. Oh shit. So False Finish's version is like Dom's unhappy, and one source tells them that they believe that Dom believes he should be booked in a more serious way on WWE TV. Which, I mean, I agree. We've been talking. This has been a topic of discussion here on PWT Member Monday. Raw watch-alongs. This has been a topic of discussion here on PWT Live Show. Like, it's weird how they book El Grande differently, and it's also weird how Dom is really cooled off. That's been one of my main criticisms. Like, Dom is cooling the fuck off, and it's weird. And again, I heard shit like, well, they're just trying to keep him healthy for Triple Mania and stuff like that. Could be a reason. I never, like, that's what they're trying to do, but, like, that could be a reason. Otherwise, it's weird that they're not heating him up. And then we've pointed out, like, him beating up the minis and all of this shit. They've been trying to heat Dom up again on the main roster. So I'm inclined to believe what I showed you guys and not False Finish as much, but they're the news, okay, guys? So believe them. Don't believe me. I'm not even real. But yeah. I guess if I was Undertaker, I would be like, kind of what the fuck? And it seems like Undertaker, there's a lot of drama surrounding, this guy who's been like second in command to Triple H recently got released, and we covered this on the last live show, Time Cop. And I said this, maybe Undertaker is getting a promotion. Maybe Undertaker is going to come in and say, you guys should be doing this and this from my outside perspective or something. Like maybe his role's changing. Maybe someone's getting a promotion. Maybe somebody's getting more monies. Maybe Undertaker's having Zoom meetings now where he's saying, listen, I'm booking and running things in AAA, but hey, guess what? What are you doing over here and here? Just from an outsider, man, this is what I'm saying. And he's the locker room leader. It's fucking Undertaker. So, you know, they're all going to listen to that guy. And I haven't heard any allegedlys, or I'd bring it to the goddamn show as it pertains to that. But maybe, right? I'm just speculating as an outsider looking in as a fan. Hey, dude, maybe Undertaker's like getting some extra say as not like this is what's happening, but hey, if my guys are going to also be on Raw SmackDown and we're doing this thing, like I'm going to have to run shit by me. I know what's going on. I'm getting AAA over. Maybe that's the case. I don't fucking know, but I would like that because Undertaker clearly is helping elevate, and like Borash and shit. And Conan was doing a really good job before all of this shit. They were selling out, so that shouldn't go overlooked either. And yeah, there's some heat there, and I've been saying for a while, you know, you need to heat Dom up again. You should have never really let him lose that heat. Also, it's almost like he's in a different universe than whatever Liv and them are doing. And it's just basically taking shots at, oh, Liv, you've slept with Dom, which like is savage and really pops the crowd and shit. But there's more heat in seeing Liv and Dom together. Like that's when Rhea blew up like she did, and then you added the Dom element, and then they were together. It just heated them both up so fucking much. And then when Rhea and Liv got together, it was like, holy fuck, just another big explosion in that storyline. And then now Dom's just been mega campeon, not really being used. He's beating up midgets. He's like out there with Ryan Garcia interrupting like terrible fucking Danhausen segments. And that's really, I mean, there's more. The reason he got so much heat was because I went to jail. I'm a hardened criminal. Oh, Rey Mysterio's my dad and I slap him in the face. I'm making out with this chick who everybody wishes they had. Oh, now I'm making out with this chick who everybody wishes they had. Like, it's the story and the drama and the stuff surrounding Dom. It's not that he hits a 619 and does a frog splash. It's hardly the putting the ring bell in the fucking, you know. It was all of the stuff surrounding Dom that got him so fucking over and so much heat in the first place. For some reason, they lost sight of that. In AAA, they're trying their best. They stuck him with Omos. In Mexico, they still boo the shit out of him. This last show that Dom was on, they booed the shit out of him, but again, I don't know if Dom would be like, I'm unhappy with anything. I think it's more Undertaker and false finishes playing a game of telephone. And this is what I've told you guys a babillion times. The dirt sheets, 99.999999% of them it's just a game of telephone. You have a designated stooge, or you have a fucking camera guy who's trying to get himself over, or you have a wrestler who's also, because they get kept in the dark with a lot of shit. And or another method is you have wrestlers who tell people shit that they know are going. This is called the Chris Jericho method. You have wrestlers who tell people shit that they know will pass it along, but they play as though they are not passing it along, and then it is like doesn't come off on them. You know, that's how these wrestlers do this shit, and that's how people in the biz do this shit. And so I think it's more Undertaker going, what the fuck, than it is Dom personally. That's just me. I don't know. Lex, do you have any insight on this? Let's ask Lex if he knows.
I don't know.
Okay. What about Steiner?
Fat!
Hey, dude. I've been working out again. What do we... So we move along here, and speaking of Dirty Dom and the Judgment Day and Rhea and all that good shit, Rhea Ripley has a life update, and she says after her 14th year in wrestling and doing sports her entire life, it caught up to her. Surgery was never a first option for me, but it got to the point it was needed. First one down, hopefully no more. So again, she had to get surgery. WWE fucked up by not just making Chelsea Green the women's champion. It should have just been for the women's championship. Now they're going to go, we're removing the interim. Yeah, that's dumb. You should have never had an interim. It's pro wrestling. The opportunity to strip someone is there, and it's a blessing in disguise. Honestly, it is. Because that's how you get those fucking oh my God, we're going to have a SmackDown Battle Royal winners, the World Heavyweight Champ or whatever. Those SmackDowns always ruled. You know, you get the opportunity to do something. They should have just, and because in wrestling, it's kayfabe. So Rhea just goes, hey, I was the champ, bitch. You're not the champ. I was the champ. And then you have the opportunity to fucking, she comes back with her title. And then you have a ladder match. Scott Hall, fucking Razor Ramon, Shawn Michaels style. So shout out Rhea. Here's her first appearance. Here's a video of her after surgery. Let's take a look. Who is this guy that she streams with? Who is this guy?
Like enough of a.
That's okay. As long as it's got my.
So he's like he's going to join the MFTs. This is Zilla's new tag partner with the tribal tats and the blonde hair. No, I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's.
So she had to be wheeled along there, I guess. Her legs all. And that's why she kicked her leg from her leg, Rhea. So we move along here, guys, and let's talk about SmackDown a little bit. Of course, Tatum Paxley, who we're trying to get to do the Harry Potter theme on her flute. She plays a flute legitimately, and it's fucking hilarious. And before I ever knew she was a flute player, she'd been my favorite. I've always put two girls over, man, Lola Vice and fucking Paxley, as Lola Vice brings that realness, and then Paxley just looks like she's having fun. She gets the character element, the character aspect. All the gooners love her different fucking cosplay. She really switched her look up and went with like a gothic, tattied up vibe, which when you see her when she like first made appearances in NXT, you didn't really see that side of her. So maybe this is her expressing her true self. I don't fucking know. She totally gets the character side of things. And also I've put over a billion times how she does moves that you've seen a million times, but she just makes them look cool. She just adds her own flavor to the shit. Like when she does the enziguri on the apron on the outside, or people clipped her doing her dive on SmackDown to the outside, and they're like, look at the giant smile on her face. Like she's really the Harley Quinn type, whereas like other, Alexa Bliss plays the whole, I'm this creepy girl. That's a character. That's not really her, With Paxley, she like really is a Harley Quinn. Like you can tell she loves flying through the air and taking a fucking dude. She'll do like a back suplex or whatever, and she just puts flavor on it. Like, she's got a look. She's puts on great matches that just go overlooked. Like so many people talk about Kendall Gray and Lola Vice and Kalani and stuff, but Tatum gets overlooked. I feel like I'm so happy she's on the main roster. There's rumors swirling that like Charlotte wanted her, like eyed her up and was like, yeah, that's who we want. I think it's a great move. I could have seen her. It's so funny because I was like, maybe Paige like brings up Paxley to fight the Bellas. Nikki gets hurt, or pardon me, Brie gets hurt after Nikki returns. Now it's just Nikki versus Paige. But it was clearly going to be Paige and someone versus the Bellas, no? Was it going to be Taters? Like, I didn't have any, again, no hashtag no dirt sheet. That was just what I was saying. And yes, they have a similar look. And yes, that's why you throw them together. I don't know what to tell you. But this works too. Like her just making the save. They need to explain why, right? But Liv does the whole, or not Liv. Did I call Bliss Liv before? My bad. But Bliss does the whole. I'm creepy and shit. I have the creepy Lily doll and all that. So maybe there's, and I'm not saying Paxley is just like a creepy gal, but she's, she leans in the emo. She's kind of an emo, right? Like an old school emo. So we'll see how this all plays out, and I'm just glad she's on the main roster, and I'm glad Lola Vice is going up there, and there's a lot of these girls in NXT that definitely could have been called up a while back, and yeah, good for her. And let's continue to try and get Paxley to play the Harry Potter theme for your boy Phil Marks, because that would be fucking hilarious. So another thing that went down was Shinsuke cut a promo on the MFTs or the Tongans, and he's like, you have someone with you, you have a new guy with you, which is just Haku or whatever. Or he didn't say a new guy, but he's like, I'm back, and this time I will not be alone. So again, Naraku and Takahashi, or just Naraku and Shinsuke. Maybe it's just Takahashi. Maybe it's neither of those guys. I think the move is, though, Evil and Shinsuke. And we went over this on PWT before already, Time Cop. What connections do Evil and Hiromu Takahashi and Shinsuke Nakamura have in their careers? So let's look this up. We made some connections too, to where Evil and Takahashi both came up in the same era. They both were in Los Ingobernables de Japón, LIJ faction. And then Evil turned on the group, joined the Bullet Club. Shinsuke came after. Okay, Nakamura left before Evil and Hiromu reached their peak main event statuses. Yeah, so who knows? And who knows if Takahashi, like, the thing is like Naraku, Evil, apparently they wanted him to go main roster, and he went, no, I want to spend some time in NXT. Maybe they're like, you're all good, and then Takahashi, they're like, we just want you to start main roster, and he was like, okay, cool. Like, that definitely could have happened. Or maybe Takahashi's not going to WWE at all. We don't really know. But there's a good chance. And their vibes, like Shinsuke is sort of meet in the middle of, like, Takahashi gives off, like, he has red hair and a graffiti leather jacket, and he's like a cool guy, kind of. But he's like a little shit, right? And then you have Evil, who's like the stoic fucking warrior, strong style, if you will, type House of Torture vibes. And then Shinsuke meets in the middle. He's like Tim Burton presents Japanese wrestling in a way, right? He's like the king of strong style, but he comes out and he's vibing like fucking Michael Jackson, and he's got the half-shaved head. Like, I think that's the perfect balance and a perfect three-man faction. And I'm not saying Haku's going to get in the ring unless they bring Tonga Loa back. So again, I feel I was spot on about Undertaker being like, what the fuck? I heard rumors, allegedly, a while back that I talked about that Tonga Loa get it, like Jeff Cobb, whatever. No offense to him, whatever. But Tonga Loa getting released was like, what the fuck? Like, people were heated about that, is what I heard allegedly. I'm not a dirt sheet. Haku's back. Maybe Loa comes back. You get or maybe that's too much. Maybe it's a bloated roster and they're like, fuck no. But in my eyes, I see, I mean, Hikuleo is the younger brother, but I see him like, why aren't you trying to push him more as a singles? Like, he's a fucking tall ass. I don't know. But even if it's just Evil, that's totally cool as well. But I don't see why that wouldn't be the faction. Like, who is it? Unless it's Finn and Shinsuke team up to fight the Tongans. Maybe that could happen, because what is Finn doing now that he's not number one contender? There's a possibility it's just Finn as well. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But I've said it since they were like, Evil needs to go to the main roster. I'm like, dude, he'd fit in with this spooky Shinsuke character he's doing, like the Last Samurai Shinsuke. And then you have Takahashi, who would fit in. He would fit the vibes as well. So that could be a cool little group that the IWC can call Triple H racist over making, right? So on SmackDown, the last thing I want to talk about, and I really enjoyed SmackDown, okay? Now, there was some fucking Mark on X. And I really enjoyed the SmackDown. I did. I was like, hell yeah. Except for this, obviously, what Jade's got going on. And there was someone on, what did he say here? On X. Who posted this. Let's take a look at Phil Mark's timeline, shall we? And so this guy, Sancho West, he goes, last night's SmackDown had 3 matches. This is a card from 2002. Still a 2-hour show, by the way. And then people felt at him. They looked it up, and like a bunch of the matches were like 2 minutes and 45 seconds and shit. Like they were super short matches. But this, on a 2-hour SmackDown in 2002, Mark Henry versus Kurt Angle, Reverend Devon with Batista versus Val Venus with Hardcore Holly, Rikishi versus Albert, Christian and Lance Storm with Test versus Hogan and The Rock, Mysterio versus Chavo, John Cena versus Test, Jericho versus Edge in a steel cage. And of course, this was the show. So by the way, I remember this show like it was yesterday, okay? I believe this is the show where Rey Mysterio and John Cena came out at the end as well. And like Rey Mysterio jumped off the cage. Like Cena came in, scaled the cage to help Edge because I think the Un-Americans, which was Test and Christian and Lance Storm, were sort like Jericho wasn't in the Un-Americans, but he was like kind of aligned with them, you know? So I believe they came out and hit the ring. And this is when Edge was getting pushed as like a singles. He ended up teaming up with Hulk Hogan to beat the Un-Americans for the tag titles, right? So I remember this shit. And then Cena came out because he was the new guy. He fucking fought Angle. And then like this is the next week after that, I want to say, where he faces Test or whatever. He scales the cage. He helps out Edge, and then Rey Mysterio jumped off the cage as well and dove on everyone, and then Taz was like, let the bodies hit the floor, Cole, right? And this is right around then. The beginning of the ruthless aggression era, if you will. Some people say this was still like tail end of the Attitude and not full pivot into ruthless aggression. But some people go, look, when John Cena said ruthless aggression, that's the beginning of ruthless aggression. Or some people say it was the fucking promo where it's like ruthless aggression, like where all the wrestlers were around the ring or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. This was like the tail end of Attitude, beginning of ruthless aggression, if you will, right? So it's not like this was the best time like Reverend Devon. That wasn't the best shit. To watch him have a 2-minute match. Like in hindsight, you go, man, for Reverend Devon and Batista, I would have been like, man, this is fucking amazing. But this isn't even like Hall of Pain Mark Henry yet. So like, no, you wouldn't have. Like in hindsight, you're like, yeah, this is more bang for my buck. But no, okay? Maybe to see Hogan and The Rock. So this is a card, but then people brought up like how short the matches were, and I wrote this. It's dumb to compare this sort of thing because everyone would just cry about how short all those matches were if that show happened today. May 30th, 2002 SmackDown in Calgary, which again, in case you guys didn't know, I'm from fucking Canada there, buddy. So I remember this too. I remember this whole era, right? Like the back of my fucking hand. Only had 3 matches and was mostly just angles and shit. We could cherry pick all day. It's better to simply judge the show based on substance and quality. There's no pleasing fickle marks. And I believe this was Mysterio's debut against Chavo as well. So this show is just jam-packed with like a bunch of craziness, and they were starting to push Edge, and he was starting to take his role of one of the SmackDown 6. You compare that, and then this Calgary show with only 3 matches. I'm pretty sure there was a fucking cage match. Let's look it up. May 30, 2002, Calgary SmackDown results, I guess. Let's just write that. Let's see. Yeah, I think there was an undisputed title match. You can't fully trust AI with this shit either. But yeah, there was an undisputed championship match, I'm pretty sure. Or no, not in 02. Yeah, so you can't trust AI with this shit. I don't know. You got to like go to let me just like click on this site here. It's a fandom site. No, yeah, it was Randy Orton. Maybe I got my thing wrong, and maybe my whole tweet's wrong here about the Calgary show. But there was a SmackDown that had like 3 matches. There was like it was mostly backstage shit. I don't know. Maybe I got my date wrong. It doesn't matter. The point still stands, right? Like my overall point stands. It's just base it on the quality. Like I think Punk and KO and these guys were all cooking with their promos. Like I was sports entertained. So I don't need a 30-minute banger all the fucking time. And also the matches weren't half bad. Besides, now we're going to circle back to Jade. Now we're talking about Zilla, okay? And how he can't go to the main roster. I hope they learned their lesson and they're not going to fuck up. And it's not that Zilla's the drizzling shits entirely. It's not that Jade is the drizzling shits, but she's not improving at a rate I think they want her to. And this was the bad quality. If you're going to call anything out, okay? You got to call out like people not improving who are getting shoved down your throats. Now, Roman Reigns, love him or hate him, and Conrad Thompson going, oh, come on now, Eric, that's not very fair. Roman Reigns was the shits. He was improving. He was never bad. He's overrated. How can he work? Is he super over? Then like, what else do you need in wrestling? We watched him get better before our eyes. Yeah, did they shove him down everyone's throats? Yeah. Did it pay off? Yes. In the long run, so did John Cena. Does everybody who gets shoved down our throats pay off? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Does everybody, do people who you don't think are going to, like, you're going to shove down people's throats end up getting over and then you end up shoving them down people's throats? Yes. Absolutely. So when Conrad says shit like, oh, he's an industry plant, everyone's an industry plant. That's like saying Stone Cold's an industry plant because he figured out Stone Cold and then they went, we're going to shove Stone Cold down your throats now. It was over and it worked. Please shove more Stone Cold down my throat. Pause. That's what we were all saying back then. So I don't know really where that criticism comes from, but Jade is like, they're really not giving up on pushing her. If it's me, right, I'm just going, look, there's a ton of really solid women's wrestlers in NXT. Some of them we need to call up, some of them whatever. We're going to send Jade down to NXT with the fucking baddies, and they're just going to go, nah, we're going to rule this shit. And then the storyline is these bitches come down from SmackDown and are bullying everybody. They're already veterans. Like, I'm sorry, B-Fab is fucking, to me, like, Mitchin's obviously good. She doesn't need to fucking, she's been a good wrestler. B-Fab's come a longer way than Jade has in the last however long. Not to lower one to raise the other, but like, you could fucking focus on her more and I'd be probably more, you know what I mean? Like the matches would probably be better. And I just think it gets more over. Like Jade does have that superhero push to the moon, once in a lifetime, China style look. I agree. No, you're not going to get an argument from me. But how about don't keep putting her in these positions where it just shows how much of the shits her wrestling is. Like China, they didn't. When they started pushing her, they had motherfuckers like Jericho and literally men, Jericho and Jeff Jarrett, or like Jericho and wasn't she in a triple threat with like Jericho and maybe it was Jeff Jarrett and someone else where like, okay, they do most of the shit, or like DX was surrounding her, or she's managing in a love angle with Eddie and she just jumps in, low blows someone, or like gorilla presses them or some shit. And then Eddie hits the frog splash and he's like he's a generational fucking worker and like a character guy in pro wrestling. Right. So it's like Eddie Guerrero or Jericho or Jeff Jarrett, like, or DX, who are all fucking legends. Like we're listing guys who Of course they're going to elevate and mask. I'm not saying like B-Fab or Mitchin can't do that. But I don't know. And I'm not saying we need to have Jade like wrestling the men. And obviously Charlotte Flair's a GOAT, but you're in there. And it's like, we haven't seen that improvement and you need more reps and there's no live shows. So just send her to NXT, build a storyline where her and the baddies have invaded. All the women there, like, and you make this the story. There's so many women here who deserve a fucking chance. See, I don't just criticize. I give a fucking better option. And some of these ladies go, look, we deserve a fucking chance. Like, you're going to come here and take our opportunities. And they're getting mad at Stone and blah, 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 blah. Maybe you put the War Games match in NXT this year and you don't fucking, you know, you just do a traditional Survivor Series or something. They're obviously not going to do that, but you build up to something where all the women fight each other, and then Jade Cargill just holds the NXT women's title for hostage, and then at least she's working other green girls who are at her level, and some of them aren't even green. They're like way above her level and shit. And then call up Kendall Gray and some of these other girls. Call up Kalani Jordan. You know, there's a gaping hole, pause, in the fucking in the roster, let's say, if these three ladies go down, then just fill it up with like Gray and some of these other NXT girls. They're ready to go. Look at Fatal Influence. They're fucking awesome. They have good matches. The crowd is really getting behind hating them and everything they say. Just keep running with it, man. That's the fucking move, I think. And just have, and you make it the story. So I don't want to get felted by TKO, but here's Jade just like, you know, we'll watch some clips of this. So look, boom, she drops and falls backwards on Charlotte. Now, who do you put this on? Charlotte? Like, Charlotte's one of the GOATs, man. So did she fall too far back? I don't know what happened. And obviously, we've seen Jade hit moves, but it's like, just don't do convoluted shit with her if she's going to, you know. And then she gets up, so there's supposed to be a float over the back. And then we're going into hitting Bliss's move, the twisted DDT or whatever the fuck she calls it. And then she kisses her, goes for the DDT, and then look, Jade goes too quick. And then she does the snap. Okay. Good enough, I mean. And like, I'm not trying to hate on Jade. I do like Jade. Boom, and then she like front flips forward on the fucking natural selection instead of just taking a face bump like a front. She like drops herself on her head or almost clashes heads with fucking Charlotte. Like, once you start flipping over like that, that's when like boots can let, like, if she didn't get out of the way, like, look how quickly Charlotte gets out of the way, right? Because why? Like, Jade could flip and land on top of her head, and that's how people get concussed and stuff. Right? And that's like, you've seen it too, where people like do their drop kicks and they don't land the right way, and then the person who's bumping lands on their fucking head. Like, this move calls for a face bump or whatever because of the way Charlotte gives it, right? You don't want to jump in the air and then land on her fucking head. So I don't know, man. She gets out of the way last second, the natural selection or whatever the fuck that's called. So shout out Jade. I hope she improves. Send her to fucking NXT. And, yeah, this guy's upset. Remember when she said AEW was her NXT? Well, it was. She just didn't. She got booked to just wrestle people and squash them, which isn't the worst thing. And if you're going to Goldberg her, you got to Goldberg her the whole fucking way. And WWE should know better. And they've given her ample opportunity now. She's already a WWE Women's Champion. So, again, they're not going to send her to NXT. Well, people want to say this. Like, they sent Charlotte went and became NXT champ. I think Becky did too. Didn't she? And they're multi-time world champions. So why not? Oh, because they're the women? You don't. And some people are like, they won't do it. Jade was already world champion. They won't demote her. But Charlotte and them did that. And then if you can argue it's not a demotion, okay, then argue it's not a demotion for fucking Jade. That's all you got to do. and then just have them, and then Mitchin and BFAB can like rub off on some more of these NXT girls, and it kind of sucks for them. But what else are you going to do with them at this point, you know? So that, ladies and gentlemen, was my SmackDown review and WWW. So let's move along here, guys. There's 250 watching. Shout you all out. And then whoever's watching on Kick, round of applause for the PWT. It doesn't calculate for some reason, Kick viewers. But guys, you guys can check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Hit like, hit heart, or retweet. If you're on X, hit the heart or the retweet and share this fucking show around. Help out the algo a little bit, you know? Run those likes up, guys, on YouTube. Let's get them to 100. There's over 100 you guys watching over on YouTube. And super chat in, become a member for only 99 cents. I do bonus shows weekly, or you can gift a membership. All the support is welcome and appreciated. And also, yeah, check out the Patreon. Okay? Okay. So there's a link somewhere. So we got to get into AEW news. Hopefully I didn't mute myself again. I don't think I did. And we're going to get into some AEW news. I'm just bookmarking something. Apparently the stream audio cut out on AEW. And so actually one last minute WWE news before we wrap this up. Chelsea Green was reportedly injured on SmackDown yesterday. Chelsea Green was injured during the match. This according to Brian Alvarez. So Brian Alvarez here. And he says Chelsea Green was injured during the match on SmackDown last night. We don't know the exact injury at this point, but hopefully she won't be out of action too long. So that's incredibly unfortunate. And that was WWE news. So let's get into, let me just look up Tony Khan, the best guys. Tony Khan, tone. Tony Khan is the best guy. And guys, while you hit like and all of that stuff and show your support for PWT and retweet the stream and all of these good things, while you guys do that, speaking of AEW, before we get into AEW news, ladies and gentlemen, AEW superstar Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yeah.
Okay, I think AAA is coming on. No, let me just throw this on and look up the stream quickly before we get into some shit. Into some AEW news, which I can't wait for because there's some funnies. There's some funnies. Okay, let's see. I believe, right? AAA is on. I'm going to definitely switch over to this. And Moxley said on Collision, I get a wild hair up my ass for the Bang Bang Gang. Gay. Just kidding. Here, we'll share this instead. And what's chat saying? I think that too. I used to like her in the beginning when they paired her up with Bianca and her solo act is boring. TKO got to be annoyed as fuck with Brie getting hurt just as Nikki returns. Oh yeah, big time. Big times. Good God, this match is really going to go into an overrun. Ivy Nile literally went over on PJ Vasa. Yep, that's true. But she should be, though. Like, PJ Vasa doesn't need to be beating Ivy Nile, but she needs to be getting reps in with Ivy Nile. My sister-in-law will ask me about the Bellas from time to time. Everyone knows the Bellas. Bellas are big time. There are lots of ladies because of Total Bellas and Total Divas that watch wrestling now. And some of the wrestlers you watch on TV became fans because of those shows. What else is chat saying? Bellas, Paige, BFAB, Jade, Nia Lash featured way too much. Talents like Jordan Grace. Yeah, Jordan Grace should be featured way more. Blake Monroe, Kiana James. No, I'm good on Kiana James. Ivy Nile are in catering. Yeah, Ivy's whatever. Blake is really good, and I think Jordan are really good. I was over there, now I'm over here now. Now I'm over here. First, I was over there on SmackDown with the rest of these broads. Now I'm down here. Now I'm over here now in NXT again. That's where I am. Okay, shout you guys out. Shout out the PWT universe. 250 watching. Like, subscribe, become a member for 99 cents, okay? There's something like 450 plus members or something like that. It's fucking crazy. And then patrons get access to bonus shows too. So check out the patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Guys, it is time for Ichi Nisanda. It is AEW news. It is Tony Khan is the best guy news. It's all of that good shit. Of course, the best guy is Tony Khan. Let's get into it. The best guy is Tony Khan. So, ladies and germs, this happened on the last Dynamite in Mexico, Grand Slam Mexico. Ciampa took an unsolicited dick pic and gave it to an OnlyFans model, presumably. Now, and shout out that lady. Now, I'll say this. Not only is he a married man, so this is cheating. Okay?
Emotional damage.
But this is also, again, like middle schooler humor. And maybe this lady's used to it. Maybe he cleared it by her in the back or whatever, because they're all plants. Right? And I'm glad we're changing the culture from scaring the hose like every week. And I'm sure people still do it, but every week the IWC's like, oh, let's look up the girl who is on AEW pretending to be a fan with Andrade. And it's like, okay, don't do that. You know, some of them got harassed. Some of them got hate. You get the fucking sicko simps. You get, I'm just looking at this tournament here, but for AAA, Time Cop, we're talking about fucking AEW here, okay? But I don't know, it's just more weirdo behavior now. Again, I don't get overly triggered by this stuff, but it's definitely like, what are you doing, bro? It's kind of just cringe. And like in this day and age where people have kind of, I don't know, I think more people are like, yeah, this shit is like, you don't just, I mean, unless she asked for it, right? Unsolicited dick pics. Like, I'm sure she already gets a bunch as it is. And that's unfortunate for women. They just got to kind of suck it up. You know, you hear wrestlers and like other celebrities, they talk about, oh, my DMs are fucking, or you hear like female comedians, they talk about like, shit, you should see like all the dicks I get sent. Recently, Christina P. and Tom Segura, shout them out. They got divorced. That's all the comedy news that's been being shared around lately. And she even was saying on a podcast, she's like, fucking, oh, I'm getting sent like hogs and stuff already. So it's kind of cringe, but women just got to, and I'm not trying to like white knight virtue signal here. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's funny. It's heel. She's part of the show, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, when you add that on top of the dick wiggling and the fishbowl drowning and the rizzling and the, oh, what? you're fat and got a small dick, bud, insults from so many wrestlers. It's like middle finger and I call you a bitch. Ha, ha. It's like middle school humor shit that I can't get over. It's like my biggest problem with AEW overall. Right? So I get it. He's the bad guy. He's doing bad guy shit. So I don't, whatever. It's just adding on to the, like, okay, on one end, you got Netflix allowing people to flip each other off in WWE and then say shit and bleed, but then they censor it. And then on the other end of the spectrum in AEW, you have people like doing dick pics, unsolicited dick pics, and throwing drinks at children, which, like, again, I don't care. And then at the start of their show, there's a sign that they put up whenever there's a hardcore match, or like they hand out the sheet of paper and they put it up on the Tron or whatever. And it says like, hey, you're responsible if like debris hits you in the fucking eyes. Really, AEW? You gonna hand out safety goggles and shit? Like, what are we talking about here? That's crazy. And then they want to go, we're family friendly and all this stuff. And WWE doesn't even go, we're family friendly. They're just like, we're putting on shows and we're, the tickets are this much and da-da-da-da-da. And people feel more comfortable bringing their kids to it. And I'm not saying all wrestling should be for kids personally, but AEW is literally like, no, we're the cheaper show that's family friendly that definitely everyone should watch. That's what they're trying to say to the masses. So how am I supposed to interpret it other than like, so then when I watch, it's confusing, it's mixed messaging. And it just goes to show you like the marketing's bad, the promotion's bad. Even Dave Meltzer's like, I don't know, Tony, just the promoting's just better elsewhere. And then Tone's idea of promoting is just like run an ad during WWE or whatever, or put up a billboard outside a WWE building, or be like, look, we have these WWE guys. Whereas the last 7 years, man, he should have had a few of his own, like what he's doing now, pushing the shit out of like Bailey and Fletcher and Knight and I guess a guy like Ospreay. Here's your big chance with Ospreay, because he's really only known among sickos. And then MJF, who's an anomaly. And the problem is that you'll see he'll become a way bigger star when he eventually goes to WWE. Like, he'll blow up big if he ever goes there. Tone, I don't see why he would. He already is paying him like insane to be there and to stay there long term. So I'm just saying, man. Moxley tonight goes, I get a real hair in my ass over the Bang Bang Gang. Imagine if you quoted that to just like a normal person. They'd be like, stop watching Korn. You know what I mean? They'd be like, what are you, a fucking gooner? Like, what are you talking about? So let's just watch this. I guess it's like a quick compilation. And she's in on it. So I know it sounds like I'm virtue signaling with the whole an unsolicited dick pic, but it's just like, we're just, I don't know. It's cringe middle school, like who, I don't know. If you're sending dick pics to your girl, whatever, that's between you and that's between y'all. That's y'all's relationship. I don't give a fuck. When I don't know. It just adds on to the myriad other things. Spiked bats in the back, syringe through the cheek, how cringe Moxley is with the everything he did for a year with the title, and then the dick wiggler, and then the pockets guy, and then the mimosa match, and then the fucking, I don't know. It is what it is, man. And we're just all cool with it because she's an OF girl, or what? We're just supposed to go, yeah, that's cool. That's cool to just do. I don't know. It's just lame. It's dorky. It's the whole Ospreay was smashing me wife, bruv. It's like, okay, are you a fucking... And because it's the same shit that people look back on and go, Well, the Attitude Era, Triple H and Shawn Michaels wore thongs and told people to suck it. Yeah, and that was cool in middle school. We all went, suck it, to our teachers and shit. And it was funny and awesome. And it's cool to look back on. As adults, though, in a proper society, are you running around going, suck it and shit? No. Maybe at a wrestling show, but that's like a convention. That's like you're supposed to there. That's an event where you're among your peers who understand that shit. Think about all the cringy shirts, too, where it's like, who the fuck would wear these in public? And it's just adding on to that and just taking a dick pic for heel heat randomly when you just had Ciampa just had his family and shit and his wife on the fucking thing. It's just sending mixed messages. There's no clear-cut anything. And again, it's just indies. Like on the indies, you can be in one town and do some shit. And then the next week you can be in another town and do some shit. And it doesn't really matter. But when you're trying to put a character on television, like, you know, these are things. This is what Ciampa should have done. And maybe you just want to save it for yourself and do your own thing. This is what you do. You hook a brother up. MJF doing that, you're like, okay, that's what he would do fully. But Ciampa, like, didn't he just have his kids and wife on the show not that long ago? Like, I'm not off on that, am I? Chat will tell me. But anyways, we move along. It's better than planking, I guess. And yes, is planking for 6 months retarded too? Yes. It's immature. I don't really get it. It's for fucking kids. You know? But WWE they are for kids. We all accept that, right? Like more for kids, then it's a more mainstream for the masses. Doesn't mean they're clean. They got people bleeding, flipping off and saying shit and having cage matches and shit. The women bleed more hard way than fucking Mick Foley. If you combine every woman lately in the last like 2 years of WWE, they're bleeding hard way more than fucking Mick Foley has in his career. But jokes aside, like, you know, just being like, dick, and impaling you and fucking, I don't know. That's not always more adult-oriented either, you know? It depends. Maybe I'm just being a triggered little bitch. I don't know. I just think it's all kind of corny. I didn't care about that. Again, I don't care when the Rizzler, I actually like the Rizzler because it's funny that he's a kid. Rizzing up grown women is like his fake meme superpower. So it's like Danhausen. It's funny in like a cartoon way, but people are sensitive to that shit, and I don't blame them either because of like, you guys already know, like the state of the world and just some of the, every week, literally, there's like a female teacher seduces 13-year-old boy and shit. Like every week, I feel like there's a new headline about that. And then also there's like Epstein files where everybody's like, I get like people are sensitive to that shit. So maybe not a good look. But it to me, when I watch that, I go, that's funny in a cartoon way. Ciampa, that is funny. And like taking a dick pic, like fuck you, you bitch. But it's just that. It's like, okay. And then we're throwing drinks at kids. And then we're middle finger calling everyone beach. And then we're dick wiggling. And then we're hands in pocketsing. And we're fishbowl drowning. And we're fucking exploding barbed wire super booting. We're drilling people in the skull with a drill. Who is this for? I don't quite get who is this marketed towards. Right? I don't get it. WWE, you might have to once in a while cover your kids' eyes or plug their ears maybe quickly if the censors don't get it. That's it. So we move along here, and my other main criticism of AEW is that people are just stuck in the mud and they're looping. They're just looping over and over and over again. They're just stuck on repeat. None of them are elevated other than more people on the internet in spaces like Reddit and Twitter and shit know who Kevin Knight are. Nobody extra is buying tickets to see him. Nobody extra is buying tickets to see Will Ospreay. Nobody extra is buying tickets to Maybe MJF. I always say he's like the one guy in AEW where it's like, I think he's undeniable. I think he would have been undeniable anywhere though, just because of the whole living the gimmick, like the nest he's making for himself in Hollywood, the way he plays the game thus far. You know, he is buds with Punk and Rhodes and shit, so you know, some of the legends of fucking Cena, John Cena knows about him and shit, right? Like, it's that sort of thing. He transcends a bit. I think he would have did that anywhere he went, but I don't want to cope and be like, oh, well, if in WWE he would have been a star too. Like, I don't care. I'm not a tribalist fucking weirdo. Like, I'm glad. I hope I said it. They should have kept the belt on him going in all in. Wembley's drawing their lowest shit, so nobody's paying to see Ospreay. That's just an objective reality. Like, Dynamites don't draw more because he's there. The fucking Wembley's draw less when he's there. He makes zero difference. Joe is off doing his Hollywood thing, so again, he could be featured more prominently. You have Bobby Lashley. Imagine you could have got a legit, at one point, a dream match. You could argue in the 2010s, a dream match 100%, Lashley Omega. Now, I present to you at Double or Nothing, I believe it was that pay-per-view, where they had the Anarchy or the Stadium Stampede, whatever, same match, different fucking name, where it was, they did the vignette where it was kind of like a Tarantino fucking movie or something like that, right? It's kind of like Reservoir Dogs-ish. And the Hurt Business were shown on the screen one by one, and so were the Elite, right? And Kenny Omega was shown on screen. And individually, when Lashley, this is recently, let your boy Phil cook here, okay? Because this was recently too. Lashley was shown on screen, huge pop. Kenny was shown on screen, huge pop, compared to everybody else shown on screen during that vignette. Everybody noted it on Twitter. We all talked about it. We all saw it. We all understand this to be true. We heard it. Kenny versus Lashley for the world title. Like, how have we not gotten a quote-unquote dream match like that? That in the 2010s, you could argue that was a fucking dream match. Right? There's so much opportunity being left on the table. And yes, like, should Tone be pushing some of his originals? Now, all of a sudden, what he should have been doing in year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now he's finally realizing, like, oh, I should push Andrade can get over if I push him the first go around. Instead of just labeling like, oh, well, he doesn't want to do jobs. It's like, how about you're booking him way better? Now, like, way better. This is what they had Andrade doing. He bought the Matt Hardy family from Matt Hardy or whatever on Dark and Dark Elevate. Like, that's Andrade, and Tone realized what he lost. He was able to fucking have a WWE contracted guy in AEW, which you know he marks out for. You know Tone marks out for himself for having technically a WWE contracted guy appear on AEW TV. Which it is kind of cool, but you know that he just loves that he did that. And he pushes Andrade to the moon. Good shit. But he was lumped in with Black and Rusev and them, whatever, right? Andrade, though, currently kind of treading water again, kind of stuck in the mud. Like, whoa, he was positioned as like the next in line for the world title. Now, granted, he is fighting MJF and whatnot, and that is a match that doesn't need a title for AEW. And even me, who's kind of like, whatever, dude, AEW is, you just got to kind of accept it for what it is. And I think they're about to enter like a weird era where it's viewed as like TNA kind of was when no one really knew where to watch them other than, I guess we all know my AEW, but am I going to have to get that if the TV in the next 2 years, they're not on? I don't fucking know, right? I don't know if I'm willing to, or if I'm just going to nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes and sail the 7 seas, me mateys. CWJ for 5 says, if you're already part of the AEW cult, then anything that is done will be defended to death. Well, here's the thing to that first part, and thank you for the super chat. So when you criticize AEW, there are more and more sickos who are open to criticism. I'll say that, like, or they're just grifting. I don't fucking know, right? And they're starting to be like, well, let's be critical of AEW a little bit more. Whatever. I think they're cool with that, but when you criticize tone, that's like a huge people go loopy and nutty over criticizing tone.
Allegedly.
Acknowledge me.
If you question, then you will be harassed to no end. And yeah, I don't know. This is what it is, bro. You just get, because I deal with a lot of it, but also when I'm critical of WWE, you get some of it, but I don't think it's nearly as bad with the AEW side. But with the AEW folks, it's just always like accounts with like 11 followers who just tweet the same shit to people all day for zero response, and nobody really fucks with them. And it just seems bottish to me. So, and I don't know. They just go like, you're gay. And so, I'm not joking, like middle school shit, middle school level insults. And yeah, you notice it when you are critical of tone more than even AEW, I would say. Like some people who are critical of AEW are critical of fucking AEW. Like I would say if you're just critical of AEW, if the opposite, like if you're just critical of WWE, you probably get similar hate than if you're like just critical to AEW type shit, you know? But when you like bring Tone's booking, the booking of it and shit, there's like a real, or like, no, that pay-per-view is shitty and that lies on the booker. Then you really get it from people. And it's like, why are you so happy to defend this dude? When these are the same people who admit if he went out of business with AEW, they wouldn't care. Ask any sicko. Whereas if WWE went out of business, guys, we would all cry like bitches. The wrestlers certainly would. They'd be like, fuck me, man. The industry's dead now. And no, AEW wouldn't slide in and take its spot. Like, if WWE went away, holy fuck, man. That'd be tragic. It's the single greatest wrestling promotion of all time. Like, listen, we can hate on MCU movies when they're shitty, and we can love them when they're cooking. If Marvel just went away entirely, like even if MCU we're taking a 5-year break to recharge, I'd be like, okay, word. But if Marvel and it just went away entirely, no more books and shit, no more Spider-Man, whoa. That would fucking suck balls, dude. And like everyone's got to be able to admit that. But with AEW, even the sickos will go, well, whatever. I just watch other shit if it went. It's like, whoa, that's not good, you know? Because like even WCW, it kind of sucks that WCW is not a thing. Like you can objectively say that. If TNA went away tomorrow, I mean, like, okay, it had a really good run. An amazing run. Hopefully someone buys the rights and brings it back. Like ROH went away. That sucks. They should buy the tape library. That's what everyone was saying. WWE should buy the library or something. Like Ring of Honor didn't need to exist, especially what it became and what the indies, like all these indies started blowing up. Like MLW's blowing up. If ROH didn't exist tomorrow, would it really matter? No, Tones made it a shell of what it once was. Like it would really make zero difference. So, you know, hopefully I'm psychoanalyzing this good for you guys. I'm cooking tonight. Let me cook tonight, okay? Like 250 watching. Make sure you guys run those likes up and shit. Get your support in. Thank you for the super chat. So what I'm babbling about matters to what I'm talking about here. To circle back to Preston Vance, and you're like, Phil, why is the Dark Order on screen for fucking half an hour while you talk about this shit? Well, because Preston Vance rejoins the Dork Order, as people call it. And the Dark Order got re-signed, and they're just like they just reformed, and Preston Vance joined them again after, didn't he like turn heel on all of them, and then they just never pushed him? He's a great athlete, tremendous size. He's bros with Cody Rhodes. The Dark Order get re-signed. Everybody's like, how the fuck have these guys kept jobs for this many years? And then Vance joins them, but isn't Silver just recently re-signed and we see him backstage, but he's not wrestling or what? I don't know. And again, it's like, dude, Powerhouse Hobbs, Vance, Wardlow, who you had buildings going, Wardlow, Bobby Lashley, Joe. You had Big Bill. Bro, you could have a heavyweight division, and Omega could be in there and shit, whatever. It's not like people would fucking worry too much about that. You could have a world heavyweight division of guys, Tone could, of stars that he built. We'd be like, oh shit, Hobbs and Wardlow and Vance are like these big, they're like big, marketable, heavyweight fucking dudes. What's going on, man? What's going on? Instead, like, Darby's the champ and Jack Perry's a multiple-time world, not world, but like title holder in multiple divisions, if you will. And like, shout out MJF. I think MJF and Kenny Omega can pull it off. Omega's like, what, 5'10", 5'11"? Maybe 6. I don't even think 6 feet, but, and then you have MJF, who's like a shorty pie, right? I think they could pass in like a heavyweight division as well, because they know how to work a character and all of these sorts of things, right? And there's other guys like Mox could pat for sure, Hangman. Like, you want to take like the elite guys or the, you know, the sicko fucking worshipped guys. Okay. I think Mox is the shits now, but I just think he lacks motivation. Osprey, I could believe in that shit if you want to push him as well in that, but I'm just saying, like, you have all these fucking guys, and Alfred Kunawa did a brilliant shout-out at Pro Wrestling Bits, and this is something I've talked about for a long time. Like, everybody has, really. How do you fumble Wardlow? How do you bring in Brian Cage, big, jacked, brown-haired goatee guy, and then you also have Davis and Doyle, and how the fuck did TNA flub Jake something? How about we start there? No, I'm not going to start that up again, but Jake something, like, goddamn, somebody's got to sign this guy and fucking, that guy could be heavyweight champ one day, you know? I'm just saying, like, Tone has every opportunity, but instead he takes this Vance guy, disappears him. He comes back in ROH and he's with the Dark Order again, just looping. And MJF, he's out there with the Burberry belt after he lost the belt clean. He's fighting Andrade. He's co-main eventing. Okay, he's just looping now. Like, what else is there for him to do that's compelling? The story is just, oh, your shithole city again. That's all it was. He just comes out in Mexico and goes, oh, you guys are dirty and this is a shithole. Okay, JBL in 08 or whatever. Okay, JBL in 04, whatever. Like, we've been there, done that already. CWJ for too sweet, says Tony has his self-inserts as top stars. Yeah, they're all like, MJF is his hair. Cassidy's the way he approaches wrestling booking. But for real though, dude, everybody's just kind of stuck looping. And Kenny's a world champ. This might be his last world title run ever in any company. So try and enjoy it. Yes, should Osprey be main eventing All In? Yes. Did they do a good job of building up a UK star? No, man. No, it's been terrible. It's been terrible. And Osprey gets a neck fusion, comes back, and he just looks schlubbier than he did. And he just starts hitting Phoenix splashes and shit first thing. It's like, bro, come back different. Get some different fucking gear. Like, learn something different. And then the whole Mox thing is like, well, he's learning. He's the most lethal weapon in all of wrestling. And then he's just the exact same. He's looping. Everybody's looping. Nobody advances. Hangman Page is just looping different tag teams of who he's making trios with now. And who he's going after the trios title with. That's Hangman. What are we doing? So, anyways, I spent a lot of time on that. We move along here. Speaking of what are we doing with people here in AEW and looping. Buddy Matthews announced in a new video that he is officially cleared to compete. Let's take a look. And again, Tommy End.
It's been 18 months.
Tommy End is on the Indies again. I'm not saying they're all going to link up and redo the House of Black, and I hope they don't do that. I hope Matthews comes in, though, and gets booked well and is given a good story, yada, yada. As a singles, he should get a run, and I hope he doesn't get booked in any janky-ass rings where he tweaks his fucking ankle that doesn't heal, and I hope that Matthews... Because, again, he's a jacked dude that can fucking flip around and he can wrestle with psychology, you know? Pac is like that, too. So I hope he doesn't just get stuck in the Callis family or the Bumbleclaw clan or tries to team up with Brody King again or whatever. I hope he does his own thing and we see him cook for a bit and they fucking push him. And if he held one of these titles, it would be way like the Continental title. He's from another continent. So hopefully he can come back, and him holding one of these belts would be cooler than like a lot of these other guys, man.
18 months is a long time, especially when you're taken away from something you love doing. And that has been a dream of yours since you were 7 years old. I had a setback. I went through some dark times. I hurt my ankle pretty bad. Opted for the surgery, full scope, cartilage removal, scar tissue removal, and I had a cartilage.
Gross. So, yeah, he's coming back. Shout out Matthews. But I just hope he doesn't come back. Like, this is what Tone will do. He's going to have him return, have a banger match with somebody, right? Quote, unquote, banger on, like, a Collision. And then he'll get a shot at the TNT or something. He'll put, like, whoever's got that over. And then he'll become like a Ciampa type dude where he'll either just align with a faction, get used in ROH, or I don't know. Or Tone just doesn't book him, even though he's cleared to compete, and that was just his own thing that he produced himself, right? So speaking of getting pushes, Hechicero has won the 2026 CMLL Grand Prix for Team Mexico. So again, you know Dave Meltzer's just coming in his fucking pants over.
Ryan. He had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
He's just loving that this happened. Hechicero's like a dual company contracted fucking talent or something like that, right? Like him and Takeshita, I think, are AEW and CMLL contracted talent. And Takeshita's also New Japan at the same time, and possibly one other. So we're talking about Ring of Honor and talent and how they're getting pushed. And Eddie Kingston was basically called a whatever nothing burger by Dave Meltzer because, again, when you criticize Tone, it drives people mental. It drives people like Dave
the
mental.
young superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So
like he gets nutty. He even starts arguing with Brian Alvarez and whatnot, which they had an epic online Twitter back and forth that we're going to cover on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, right? And so Jason G from the SAT posts, Eddie Kingston blew ass 5 seconds into this promo. So does he mean he farted? I don't know. But you got a handful of folks online who are saying shit like this promo's legendary and it's so awesome. Then you have a bunch of other people in the IWC saying this promo is fucking stupid and shitty. And they're making fun of Eddie Kingston for being a schlub, essentially. And he's been gone for a long time again, and he comes back and he looks like he hasn't even hit the gym once. Like he's skinny fat right now. Does he have kids? Because he's dad bodding right now. And it's cool if that's your thing, but people just see, and he's like, I do Muay Thai. And people are just like, whoa.
Wrestling's for dirtbags and lily pickers.
The fuck are we looking at? And you have Dave Meltzer flat out going like he's a schlub and he hurt his leg bad, so he'll never really be pushed the way he was. Okay, so in ROH, he's not out there wrestling the exact same as he was in AEW. And it just shows you like Tone just wants these wrestlers to go out there, be human car wrecks, break themselves for him, and then he'll throw you away. He'll keep paying you, but now you're in ROH and nobody gives a fuck and nobody even sees this stuff unless they're talking about something cringy that happened on ROH. It's fucking horrible, dude. It's horrible. And so here's Eddie Kingston's promo. People are kind of roasting him for this. This guy goes, wow, what a physique. This guy is not a pro wrestler. This guy goes, same tone, same words he used every promo. He's overrated and should stop. 18 months and didn't hit the gym once. Holy fuck, this is incredibly bad. Waller laughing. Waller laughing like that makes me laugh. 18 months I was out. Bender laughing. Only wrestler to have that much time off and still return looking like a bum. It's because there's nobody there fucking, like, look at everybody roasting. Wait, this is where the best wrestle, right? Like, there's no checks and balances. Say what you will about a Triple H or a Vince or whatever, but there's at least, like, you gotta be in shape. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair that Sting didn't have a fucking 10 at Starrcade 97, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Bro pulled the Marina Shafir. He should keep a shirt on. Has he been to the gym ever? That's what happens when you're bottom of the barrel. Like, and now I was an Eddie Kingston fan, like in NWA Power. And then he comes out in AEW. He drops that good promo. And he was having some good matches, I guess, against like a Cody Rhodes and some other people. His spinning back fist was always the shits. And then like he linked up with Mox. They were doing their thing. And then that's where it just seems like he got super lazy. And he got in trouble for like smacking dudes. And he was one of these guys taking shots at Connecticut. And it was like, bro, there's something in the water. It's just like you guys are fucking up Eddie Kingston. And then we've just seen him get schlubbier and schlubbier. And he throws fake punches and chops and all this shit. He's had whack matches. He hurts himself really bad. And everybody's like, okay, work your ass off. You're making money. Tone's paying for medical, right? Allegedly. That's the rumors we're hearing. So he can't get you like the best, finest fucking medicine, and you don't come back and be a new guy. And I've seen some sickos online quote tweeting this fucking promo and going, well, you see with Punk and Steen and them in the main event picture of WWE, and it just proves everything Eddie Kingston said was right and stuff. And it's like, no, you're proving Danielson and all these guys who called him a schlub right. Like, you're gone that long. Pull a Triple H. Get super fucking jacked up. And anybody who's like, oh, but then what, you want him to have a bum heart like Triple H? Like, if you want to take it to that, because obviously people are going to go, well, yeah, he just took steroids and shit. Well, guess what? In 2026, you can legally basically take steroids and stuff. And it costs money, but it's like mostly legal, all the shit you can do now. It's not the 80s where you just shove a needle in your ass. You're going to fail a Brock Rechsteiner fucking NFL drug test possibly, or like you might pop in the UFC or whatever. But it's not what it once was where you're going to shrivel your balls and fucking your heart's going to palpitate. And I'll tell you one thing. Eating potato chips, smoking blunts, and fucking not working out is not good for your heart either, okay? So, like, what are we talking about here? And do you. I don't give a fuck. If you want to eat cheese, I love cheeseburgers, okay? I do not work out like I once did, okay? We all grow up one day. But I'm not a fucking pro wrestler. I'm not a fucking pro wrestler who's like trying to be on fucking TV, and neither are you listening to this, or maybe some wrestlers are listening to this, shout you out, but I'm willing to bet money you're in better shape than Kingston, and I'm not trying to body shame. Motherfuckers always want to body shame. It's not like a chunky dude can't like get over. Look at Steen, right? But look at how he's also Steen like slimmed way down and like He's got arms. He looks like he at least lifts a weight every now and then, even if it's every other day or every few days. Okay. He looks like he at least does some fucking push-ups or whatever. And I get Kingston's leg was fucked up, but like so is Edge's, and he's like 50 some, and he, Edge should be looking like you, and wrestling like fucking Kojima or whatever. Right? You should have taken that 18 months to come back swollen. Everyone's like, whoa, that's fucking Eddie Kingston, bro. Look at Ortiz. He's in some of the best shape of his life. Got jacked up. He's been on the bench for longer than 18 months, Kingston, okay? Not even from injury either. Just fucking being demoralized and treated like a fucking Andy's toys in the back of the closet. And look at the shape he's in. Ospreay, and this is why it ain't body shaming, because nobody looks at Ospreay and goes, his body's terrible. But I said the same thing about Ospreay. He came back. He looked fucking pale, and like he did when he left. He looked probably in worse shape than he did when he left. Now, the last few, like, if, he's getting ready for All In or whatever. But again, he's not shredding up. Like MJF comes back, you go, whoa, this dude's getting shredded, being serious. He's being for real. At least trying to bulk up and shit. Right? You're not all Samoa Joe. Like, I don't know if some of these people see Joe and they're like, well, he doesn't look. No, Joe works out. Joe's a guy that he's like stocky, like he's a big Samoan dude. Like, these guys are O-linemen or they beat the fuck out of you, right? That's what these dudes do. It's not like he couldn't get skinny if he fucking tried. You know what I mean? Like, that's what Joe is. And he's given his goddamn body how many fucking years, but he's like a dude who... he's got strength. You know what I mean? They got that sneaky athleticism. Even look at the Usos, right? Like Jay might botch and shit, but they're athletic dudes. Rikishi's an athletic dude. They got that. Again, they're O-linemen or they fight or they pro wrestle, right? So, other people aren't that. You're like, I know Eddie worships and idolizes these like broken down 50-year-old, 60-year-old Japanese wrestlers who just fucking chop each other and shit, and they're all broken down and chunky, but you're like, dude, I respect that. He's just out there doing his thing. That guy's a fucking legend, right? You're not Tanahashi, bro. Like, I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it. You got to pull the Triple H. He goes away when that quad blew out. He comes back around Mania 18, and he was just jean jacket and fucking steroids to the max. And everybody went, whoa, that's a main event player. Like, to me, that's where Triple H really moved up to, like, that's a main event fucking player. Not that he always wasn't in great shape, but there's something to be said about that, man. And again, maybe people are fearful if they do that, Tone won't book him. Like, Tone, you'll book Kingston, who looks like that and is just stuck looping, cutting the same promos. Where the fuck's Wardlow then? He'd be doing the same thing, but he has mass appeal. That's all I'm saying. So we body shame here at PWT, right? We also try and find out Asuka's weight. No, that's a long running bit. So let's listen now. Let's listen to this promo. We're going to listen to the audio. You guys tell me, is this cringe or nah?
18 months, Rocky and Trent.
18 months I was out. Worst 18 months of my life. And then tonight you drop me, spike me on my head. My fingers go.
Look at this. This is the part everybody's like cringing over. My fingers, they go numb.
My fingers go numb. I start getting nervous. I start thinking about surgery. And then I start thinking about the physical therapy and then being out again. And then I stop. Because I realized something.
So let's continue. Shout out Mance. Shout out Ortiz.
Rocky and Trent. You guys don't want.
And are they talking to Rocky Romero and Trent Beretta? So again, you want to talk about looping. Roppongi Vice from New Japan in 2014 or whatever the fuck. Is that what Tone's doing? And then you got Jericho. His old gimmick was looping through his old gimmicks. Now his gimmick again is looping through his old gimmicks 2 years later. And you're fighting Roppongi Vice in ROH. Is it 2014? Did Trent Beretta somehow grow his hair back too? Like, what are we taught? What are we doing in this company? And again, well, this is ROH. Okay, well, everybody goes, and Dave Meltzer goes, well, ROH is AEW. When Bry goes, we haven't seen Eddie Kingston in AEW. Dave goes, well, he's in ROH, Reed, and you'd know. The fuck does that have to do with AEW? Dummy?
Play this game. You really don't. If you want to go this far, if you want to take away my love, my passion, what defines me, you want to take that away from me, I'm going to take it from you. Rocky, you know me very well. I'm speaking right to you, Rock. Let's cut all the crap. You know me. I know you.
Rock.
You know.
Sounds like fucking Paulie.
What I can do. You don't want to play this game. You don't. If you do, why don't you call Don? Get one of the 96,000 guys you got in your group. Because we're here. Make your move, boys.
Make your move, Rock. He's fucking Paulie from Rocky Balboa. You're all heart, Rock. Okay, so is that schlubby or nah? You guys let me know what you're thinking about that. So Eddie Kingston got dragged there. Some people were praising that. But again, speaking of the poor creative and making people do things they shouldn't do, and where you could utilize other people more effectively, and all the prayers and best energies here from Club PWT to good old JR Jim Ross. Jim Ross will undergo brain surgery on Wednesday, so they were talking about, and he was talking about hopefully making it for All In. Please don't. Please fucking don't. Please do not do that. And we'll give a round of applause because Jim Ross is going to kick out. He will still be with us. And he's a fucking legend. And it's just good energy claps, spirit bomb, spirit finger claps, and spirit bomb, jazz fingers, garnering all of the best energies and positive energies, sending Jim Ross's way. But please don't go to All In. And I've been saying this every fucking time he goes and does an AEW event. He falls. He has a bad fall. He shows up and they make him go out there to watch a Moxley match. And then he calls one match and then he fucking leaves. And if you really cared about Jim Ross, Tone, you'd keep paying him. But you would just like set up a film thing in his home. And just set up a little studio and have him audio record at a desk. And you would have like a little green screen corner of a room where he can, if you need him on camera, he can just quickly jump on and go, Will King, here's the matches coming up for this year's Continental Classic, and I'm Jim Ross, and blah, 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 and just have like a little YouTube thing with Jim Ross, or you tape it, and then you just, on Dynamite once a week, he does the injury report, or he does the fucking... here's what's coming, or he does whatever you guys have him do, but have him do the Joe Rogan, Jim Ross voiceover for the matches that you can play snippets of it in the vignettes and stuff. Don't make him travel anywhere. Pay him extra not to travel. You have all the money, right? That's what's supposed to be over. Tone's a billionaire, right? So, shout out Jim Ross. But speaking of Tone, man, he fucked up. So Tone adds a last-minute match on AEW Collision tonight. Time cop! After stream audio cuts out. So I guess the audio of the stream cut out. Let's go to Ringside News. And so Tony made a last-minute addition to AEW Collision during a Twitter stream ahead of the show. So he went on the air. See, I checked. I'm always on Tony Khan. Wowza! Right? And I went on his Twitter and there was no stream. So was it on the official AEW, I wonder? And I just didn't see it. Because I do have a cringe tone, obviously. Because the best guy is Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan!
I don't see it though. I don't see it. Yeah, so it cut it off. Sometimes when things just cut off like that, the replays don't save to Twitter. So it may not even be on there anymore. But yeah, I did go to his Twitter and I did not see a live. Unless he like blocked me from viewing them. Is that possible? This person can't see my lives. Is that a thing you can do? Because like I'm not blocked by Tone. I love Tone. We dated once. I'm not. No, but for real, I took him under my wing, dude. I don't see a live. Yeah, so who knows? Either way, maybe Ringside News have it posted. No, it was removed. Oh, wait. Is this it? Yes, we have it right here. Okay, yeah, so it was on the AEW Twitter account, so that's why I didn't see it. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a Tone. Let's get into some cringe Tone, and this time he's involving other people, and it's still a live stream directly to Twitter. And this time, though, Tone has a microphone for some reason. Let's head over here to Ringside News, okay? Now, let's break down the aesthetic of this. And who is he with? Who is that gal there? That's, whatever her name is. I think that's Big Bill's fiance or wife, actually. Okay. And so this is a 10-minute long video. She's going to be so awkward during this. I can't wait. I absolutely cannot wait for this. Now you can see the ceiling for some reason, and they could have just like filmed this on real cameras and not somebody's phone and then quickly sent it over, do a horizontal film really quick. I don't know why Tone doesn't think of this stuff. And they're in front of the collision monitor. There's some curtains here. The lighting is weird, as it always is. Tone is at least setting up somewhere professional. But either way, let's get into this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here live in Colorado.
And all of this for 5,000 views on AEW's Twitter account, not even just Tones. That's brutal.
Springs, Tony, we are just minutes away from going live on Collision. We are just coming off of a huge Grand Slam Mexico. We are 22 days away from All In, and there's a huge card coming up for tonight. So tell the people what's going on.
Well, I'm really excited about it, Lexi. It's AEW Saturday Night Collision, and we're going live very soon, minutes from now, and I cannot wait because the Continental Cup kicks off tonight.
So I like his energy. Okay, Tone, I like your energy. For a billionaire, terrible shoes with laces dangling to wear, like you're going to trip over yourself, son.
It's going to be a great night of action. We've got so much to look forward to. Of course,
Now, I wonder if he did this. Well, I mean, she does do this backstage stuff, but why does he have the mic if they're doing a live? Why isn't it like focused in? His shoes are in the shot. You can see the ceiling at the same time. They have these microphones randomly, which Tone normally doesn't have. And is he going to force her to stand there for 11 minutes? Whoa, an 11-minute EFAP. Let's fucking go.
winner of the first ever Continental Classic, the first ever Continental Champion, Eddie Kingston, is going to take on Jake Doyle of the Don Callis family. This past week, we've seen a lot of confrontations in Ring of Honor between Eddie Kingston and the Don Callis family. I'm really looking forward to seeing.
So Tone has to pull out the Dave defense. Oh, well, in Ring of Honor, we've seen this, so on AEW, you should really enjoy this thing.
Eddie back on AEW, back in Continental competition, and something of a grudge match, and certainly, I think, a very exciting match. Eddie Kingston versus Jake Doyle in the Continental Cup. We've got a first-time ever match, which is kind of incredible, with Orange Cassidy versus Matt Sydal. These two have been here for many years, and they've never...
Orange Cassidy versus Matt Sydal. Whoa! Is this 2019? Holy fuck.
Fought one-on-one. And with the Continental Cup, the matches are decided by the luck of the draw. And what a great matchup to pick. Orange Cassidy versus Matt Sydal tonight on Saturday Night Collision as part of the first ever night of Continental Challenge Cup competition. And I'm also really looking forward.
What? Continental Challenge Caca Cup. I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm cuckoo for Continental Cocoa Puffs.
To
the Caca Cup at the Continental Cup Challenge.
The Death Riders, Claudio Castagnoli,
and
somebody who has been...
Claudio Castagnoli will compete at the Continental Classic Cup and get cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
A top competitor in the Continental Challenge, in the Continental Classic, and now in the Continental Challenge Cup tonight, representing the Death Riders. Of course, Jon Moxley is the AEW Continental Champion, and Claudio Castagnoli tonight will be representing the Death Riders, taking on Ace Austin of the Bang Bang Gang. And it's very interesting because, you know,
she's just sitting there smiling like, oh my God.
Claudio in these matches, we've seen Claudio.
Imagine that's your boss. You have to just sit there and watch him and not even go, hey boss, like, how about I step out after while you ramble for 10 fucking minutes to 5,000 marks. And this is what's crazy too. This is what's even crazier. So I can give Tone the benefit of the doubt. Like, okay, he's on his Twitter and his Instagram or whatever. So he goes live and like maybe there's soccer fans or football fans or just billionaire fans, or just see like, here's some rich guy who owns the fucking Jaguars that I'll follow on Twitter. There's accounts like that, and maybe, okay, they see him talking about in front of one of his nice paintings that he loved to sleep next to as a child, or while he's on the super yacht Kismet, and somebody sees a video of him talking about AEW and they go, oh shit, maybe I'll check this out. Like, okay, maybe there's a chance of that. But the views for those have fallen off from like 40K to like 11K for some of them, right? So then he goes on AEW's official Twitter to do this to not even 5K people, so even less people than watch on his fucking Twitter. And they're already sickos if you follow AEW's Twitter. They're already sickos. So what are you babbling for 10, 11, 12 minutes about shit that they already fucking know, that they don't give a shit about, that they go, Tone, we don't like recaps, just give us matches. This should be a TikTok video of Tone going, tonight on AEW Collision, and I have the fine, whoever the fuck. Did he put her here on here because Big Bill just debuted on Raw? I wonder. I forget her name. What's her name? Not, is it Mackenzie something, or I forget. Either way. He goes, it should be a 30-second. Tonight, we have Claudio Castagnoli versus whoever the fucking first round Continental Classic action. You don't want to miss this Continental Summer Cup. Boom. Tonight on Collision. Cut. Upload. Subtitles. Do some wacky, whatever the fuck. Roll the next one. I'm going to talk about the Death Riders for a minute. Moxley's here and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, each one should be like a minute long, dude. And then maybe it has like the potential to go viral, get Big Boom in there with you. Like,
take on and
I can't even get through 2 minutes of this.
Defeat a lot of the top stars in AEW when it comes to the Continental Classic. And Claudio in Continental Classics has certainly beaten some of the biggest names, but sometimes it's been high flyers and underdogs who've been the people to get the better of Claudio. So I'm really excited about this. And certainly last week on Collision, it was the Bang Bang Gang who got a huge win over Claudio and the Death Riders. So a lot of momentum for Ace Austin of the Bang Bang Gang. Ace Austin taking on Claudio Castagnoli tonight.
So because Dave Meltzer watches this, he will count this as will Tone said it, Bayan. This is shit that needs to be made known on the shows.
In the Continental Challenge Cup, some great matches in the Cup, and also big tag team match. Speaking of champions, the TBS champion, Maya World, and her
That's why you can skip a Raw. You get a fucking recap package. You never miss anything.
partner High-End are going to be taking on somebody who picked up a big win at Grand Slam Mexico, Persephone. Persephone with an assist from Hikaru Shida. Hikaru Shida and Persephone are going to team up tonight. Of course, Persephone with a big win over Statlander. And the first people who came to the aid of Statlander were the TBS champion, Maya World, and High-End. And I think that's going to be a great tag match tonight to see Maya and High-End.
Look at, she's just sitting there shaking her head. Yes, she's being held hostage, dude. Oh my God, man. This is crazy, man. They need to fucking lock Tone up for this. When Phoenix was like, the treatment was inhumane. This is inhumane treatment, bro.
Teaming up against Persephone and Shida should be an awesome match. And
she's like, come real, or Tone was like, come here real quick. Do you have like 2 minutes you have a minute to quickly do a video? She's like, yeah, sure. She just is too uncomfortable and doesn't want to fucking tell him.
Speaking of awesome matches and top tag team competition, I'm very excited about the Women's World Tag Team title fight coming up at Wembley Stadium with the Divine Dominion, the champions, versus the Brawling Birds. We're talking about what a big collision it's going to be tonight. We're coming off an awesome Grand Slam Mexico, and it was a great trios match at Grand Slam.
So did Tone tell her, okay, you do the outro, then I'll just wrap it up real quick and just let me take it from there. Bro, like if you're going to have her stand there, guys, have a little back and forth. Have a little fucking chemistry, a little like when you're doing this, right? Let's say you're watching any sports broadcast. It's like you're addressing the fucking audience at home, but you're also going back and forth with the people there, and you feed to this guy, and then they add some insight or whatever the fuck. So what this should be is it should be her going, well, Tony Khan, last week we had a banger of a match, Claudio Castagnoli losing to yet another high flyer, and he drew one here in the Continental Cup. Those have seemed to be his weakness as of late. What do you think of that? And then Tone goes, well, you know, I'm a great booker and everything's great and everything's really great and my dad thinks things are great now and things are really personally going great and I just think everything's great. And then she goes, well, Tony Khan, you know, Eddie Kingston has been feuding with these guys in ROH for a bit, and now he's making his debut back in AEW in 18 months for the Continental Cup. What do you make of that? And then he goes, well, Eddie Kingston is great, and I really love Eddie Kingston, and ROH is great, and everything he's been doing in ROH is great, and everything's great. That's why you'd have her stand there. But no, he's just going to babble for 10 minutes while she stands there in silence and just looks super awkward.
In Mexico with Willow Nightingale and the Brawling Birds versus the Divine Dominion and Mercedes Moné.
This is literally him doing like some sort of humiliation ritual to her because she's with Big Bill and he just debuted on Raw. So he's like, I know. I got your girl, motherfucker. But I got yo ho, and now I'm going to make her stand here while I babble. You don't want to hear my babbling, Big Bill? Well, guess what? You know what I'm saying, dude? This should be illegal, what's happening.
And tonight in
Hey-ho. Yeah, StreamYard booted me. Terribly unfortunate. I know Dundid thought he was getting out of this one, but nope, we continue along here. Where were we? Let's restart it, I think, guys. I think we should restart this tone vid. No, just jumping. Just joking. I'm going to jump to like 3 mins here. Just jumping. Jumping like an AEW match over here. Yeah, we'll jump to like 3 minutes and go from here. Yeah, I don't know what happened. StreamYard just gave me the boot. It happens. Okay, so I'm like, psych. I thought you got out of that one, huh? Nope. Nah. So let's continue. And hopefully everybody's still watching. I just want to make sure I'm still live on X, correct? Yes, I am. Excellent. Let's continue.
Team up tonight. Of course, Persephone with a big win over Statlander. And the first people who came to the aid of Statlander were the TBS champion, Maya World, and High.
Okay, we already heard that. Let's skip ahead a bit, guys. Well, let's go to 4 minutes.
We're going to have...
Stumbling over his words.
The challengers at Wembley Stadium, the Brawling Birds, in action tonight. Really looking forward to that. The Brawling Birds taking on an up-and-coming team of Viva Van and Vert Vixen. Should be a lot of fun. Should be a great match. And the
Viva Van versus Vert Vixen and Claudio Castagnoli at the Continental Cup.
Brawling Birds looking to get tuned up for a big fight. They're undefeated, and they're taking on the
I'm alliteration tone.
Divine Dominion at Wembley Stadium. Should be awesome. Also, we're here in the high altitude.
We are, yes.
We're here in the high altitude. And you know, here in Colorado, earlier this year, we had a great Mile High Madness. And, of course, the Rascals.
We're here in high altitude. Looks at her. She's like, dude, I have not been listening to you for like 12 minutes now.
Featured in that match, and the Rascals very impressive high flyers.
Oh, no. Don't do it again. Oh, no, it's doing it again. Did. There you go. That's an alliteration, too. Did you luck out? Oh, my God, this video may have just fucked up. You're so lucky if it did. I'm going to try and get it pulled up. I refuse to accept defeat in this manner. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, I'm still with you guys. Don't worry. I'm still with you. I didn't get the boot here, but I had to stop sharing the screen there for a second. Oh, no, we back, honey, I'm back. Oh, yes. I'm the only guy that, like, tries to run off his viewers. I get a kick just out of the fucking trollingness of all of it. Okay, let's continue. Will it work? Will it work? No. Do you guys know what it is? I bet you it's because the stream for this thing was cut off, right? And he announced a whole other match, I guess, after the stream got cut off. And so it might be like a corrupted video file. This will happen. Sometimes this shit happens, okay? For instance, when I'm done doing this, there will be a recording of it. There's instances where just like you go to bounce out a clip of the show or something, it just corrupts because of the bounce out or whatever. It could be that. You guys are lucky as fuck, but I do have some more cringe tone that is not corrupted, okay? So get ready for this. You're lucky. You guys are lucky. You fucking owe me now. All right? And, okay, we're still on X, which is good. Guys, hit heart, hit retweet. Right, the sicko CIA is coming after me, and I appreciate you guys for all your support and watching the show. So here's Tony Khan thanking Arena Mexico and them chanting Tony Khan or whatever. And he's on his knees, and I called it Superfly Tony Snuka on his knees. Thank you. Thank you. And they're chanting fucking Tony and all this shit, which you think that Dave Meltzer would be like, well, actually, that's a most disgusting promotional tactic, Brian. But he doesn't.
For, the young superstar, babyface, that former heel thing. So.
Oh my God. And he closes his eyes like he's fucking Freddie Mercury at Live Aid going, thank you. Thank you. Holy shit. One more time. There's like 7 marks going, Tony, Tony. No one else chanting. And I mean, I'm sure he's happy for like the 6K, but it's just acting like it's like you win a fight because a guy like dislocates his shoulder and you're acting like, like you destroyed him or something. No, dude, you won. Like, I don't know. It's like cheering for a technicality for yourself. But yet most disgusting well, I guess this isn't a promotional tactic, but neither is really announcing like the gate you did. It's what really everybody does. Every sport does and every fucking movie does and it's like the movies. It's like food. Okay, well then they talk about the Michelin stars they got and shit. So talking about the McDonald's goes billions served and shit like that. Yeah. Anyways, that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news, and that was definitely, you guys dodged a bullet on the last like 6 minutes.
The best
of
guys,
that.
Tony Khan.
Of that cringy tone video. But yeah, to just, I don't know, tone like crying. It's like, bro, if I had $1 billion, I could have done that as well. Right? In fact, there'd be more people there. I guarantee it. If I had your money, I would book the shit out of this shit way better than you ever have. So let's move along, guys. And let's get into this segment. We have Joey Janela versus people. We'll save the Matt Cardona stuff again. I'm just kind of like accumulating his toy figure company controversies, right? So I've been kind of accumulating that. And we're going to get into now LoPiccolo versus Joey Janela, and also Produce by Orange Crush, Produce Wrestling versus Joey Janela. We have an epic Joey Janela saga here at PWT. And of course, Joey Janela isn't somebody that is necessarily a fool here at PWT, but he is somebody who oftentimes reminds you that wrestling is not...
Wrestling's not fake!
And he's not necessarily a fool. He just is super funny how he goes back and forth with people. Some people think he's cringe and an asshole. I think he is fucking very dumb when he's like, I'll meet up with you and let's fight to JD and shit. Whatever. We've seen, and I have bookmarked here just a reminder of a real life fight he got in, which... it's a throwback clip, but we've just been chronicling Joey Janela here. I think he's fucking funny. I think his old like 80s fanny pack look is cool. I've roasted him for lighting his feet on fire. And before he got fired from AEW, he did like get in better shape and was hoping to make a run. And he can draw for like his spring break, like for the indies at an indie level and shit. And he's just super funny because he kind of doesn't give a fuck. And he pulls like really bad chicks. He does. We can Penelope Cruz and fucking Megan Bain. That's her name, right? Penelope Cruz? Or no. That's the actress. What's her name? Penelope Cruz is the actress, obviously. Duh. He wishes, right? We all wish. Penelope, whoever. She's with Kip Sabian or whatever. Penelope Ford, I think, right? And so he's just a funny guy. Okay, Joey Janela is a funny guy. He's a dumbass. And I think he's hilarious. And he's always, there's people leaking his DMs and he's leaking DMs. And he's always like fighting with somebody or getting in arguments or exposing a promoter or somebody's like trying to expose him and shit. So this is the latest thing where he went to war with Nick LoPiccolo. Now, this happened like 3 weeks ago or so, maybe a month ago at this point when it started. And Nick LoPiccolo, of course, for those of you who don't know, is a Hollywood agent who, again, guys, like the stuff I bring, when he's making fun of Meltzer, when he's going to war with wrestlers, when he's trolling wrestling and shit like that, I bring it to the show. When he's just going to war with like, bro, I seen him going to war with like outside of wrestling trolls. It's like, I don't even waste my time doing that. But some of the trolls, he did an AMA where he like responded to a bunch of questions. It was really cool. He was like telling stories about like fucking Hollywood shit and giving and I like that side of it. Like when I interviewed him, okay, it wasn't us sitting here going, fuck AEW, it's garbage. He's an elite Hollywood agent. You guys don't get bitches. Like I didn't have that interview. I went, okay, do you think maybe this is why you get heat from Tone? I think that there's a chance they survive through this thing, unlike you. But what do you say? Like you are doubling and quadrupling down. What do you think about this? The business side of things is what I'm more like when he's talking about wrestlers going to Hollywood and how it's changed and shit like that. That's more what I'm into. And I'm into fucking when he's arguing with wrestlers and shit. I'm into when anybody does that, right? It's a fucking drama. That's what we're all here for. You know what I mean? So that's cool. When it comes to like, you know, a lot of the sicko bot stuff, it's turned a lot of people and his Twitter activity. Some people aren't too favorable towards that, and that's fine, right? And I don't cover that all here. But he's a Hollywood agent who does know his shit. So you can choose to love him or hate him. He's a guy who's legit in, you know, you can call him cokehead, short, fucking whatever. He is legit, okay? Legit as fuck. And so does that mean you need to glaze him or whatever? No, I don't even think he expects people to do that. But does that mean when he's talking Hollywood stuff or going at Dave Meltzer, you should listen to him? I would say so. When it comes to like the TV business and, you know, saying things that Dave Meltzer won't admit or won't even respond to. And clearly Nick is the reason why Dave was saying, I'm behind the fucking Paramount deal and stuff like that, like writing about it, because he can't just, if Nick was not anti AEW, which I don't even think he really fully is, like obviously he wants his clients to work somewhere else too, but if he really was like pro AEW, Dave would steal the shit Nick tweets out and then say sources told him shit. That's what Dave would do, but because it's Nick, he won't admit anything. So I like to focus on the wrestling aspect of what Nick does. But he gets into it with some of these wrestlers, and some of these wrestlers don't give a fuck about any of that, and they don't care about breaking down the wrestling biz, and people like Joey Janela already worked for AEW and isn't going to work in WWE. And it's funny because people say the same shit against both of these guys. Like some people go at Joey Janela and go like, you're a cokehead and you're short and you're fucking. So it's funny to see. You have two guys who are both accused of like, you're too wild. You guys are just wild fucking gunslingers on Twitter who don't give a fuck, and it draws the wrong kind of attention. They're both accused of that, right? So it's funny to see them go at each other. And I don't know. I just love this shit. So let's dive into this, shall we? So I don't even know where to start. We're just going all over the place. Time cop with this, okay? Because there's just so much to get to. Like these guys are fucking going at each other like crazy. Okay? And we'll see, like, look, posting chicks, like comparing chicks. It's a fucking fool's paradise. This fucking PWT. Oh my God, I love this. So look, I'm clicking on like 100 of these, right? So Nick LoPiccolo goes Timu Jack Perry, and they've gotten into it in the past, and we've chronicled kind of both of these guys. That's why it comes to a head here on this segment called Wrestling's Not Fake.
Wrestling's not fake!
So Nick LoPiccolo goes Timu Jack Perry, and then I don't even know what was all these people are suspended and deleted and shit. And then Joey goes, hell of a couple years. And then Nick LoPiccolo just posts this picture with a fan or a wrestler. And then he goes, what a fucking sex god. And for some reason on this show, if you're a first-time viewer, Joey Janela's voice is just like a raspy, smokes a lot of cigarettes on the Jersey Shore. You know what I mean? Waking up hungover, smoking cigs, popping zins voice. So Nick LoPiccolo goes, at a truck stop maybe. And then he posts this, The Rock versus Stone Cold. So now I don't know, are these like women? Like, okay, so this is the Inoki scarf. I recognize this, right? So here's some lady, possible lady of the night, lady of the strip, if you will, that Nick. Remember he had her open up an Inoki scarf and she's like, what is this, a towel? And then here's some lady that I have no fucking clue where she comes from, right? Who that is. So then Joey quote tweets this, I believe, and goes, you pay them in crypto or pink cocaine, LOL. And then Nick goes, I have 2 children with a woman who clears anyone you've ever been with in your life. Try getting a neck tattoo. Maybe then someone will hire you. So then he posts, I'm assuming, his baby mama or what? Nick, you don't got to post your baby mama. But, one thing, I'll say this. Joey definitely pulls like some insane baddies. Let's just be honest. I mean, I'm a married man. I'm over here now. Right? Personally, I'm not oogling or coveting any other man's wife, but I'm just saying, right? Objectively, Megan Bain, I think, is pretty fucking... So I don't know if this is the angle to take if you want to try and felt him, but... now they're comparing ladies, okay? And so Janela goes, and now you only get to see her when she drops the kids off for visitation. Oh. And then Nick LoPiccolo goes, can you imagine? I don't have a Nick LoPiccolo impression. I'd have to, I don't know. And even my Joey's not really how Joey sounds. But Nick goes, can you imagine being one of the 6 people who think this is a win? I'm fucking dead. Keep liking this, incels. Let's see. So yeah, Joey's doing his thing. So here's a picture. These are some pictures posted. Okay, yeah. So we're comparing ladies now. So let's move on. This is all so funny. Why would they both post all of this? So Nick goes, dude, go pump gas. It's 2026. I have a great relationship with my children. I was never married. There's no court order. I would snap you like a fucking twig. Oh, shit. Now we're getting into fucking online tough guy. What are you going to do? I thought this was America. I was never... Okay, I see my kids more than half the fucking week. You don't got to defend all that. Every week, and you'd be lucky if anyone paid you $30 for a photo. And then Joey goes... You tweet too much for someone that sees their kids, like you're saying. You put out a tweet every 40 seconds until you go into a cocaine come-down coma, LMFAO. So now it's about cocaine. Dun, 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 dun. You don't get to shame me. I'll tweet you until the wheels fall off, and I don't give a flying fuck how you cope with it. So then Janela goes, or your dick falls off from the drug-infested Hollywood whores you're paying. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Joey's fucking funny, dude. Nick goes, I have 2 children, you dumb fuck. You can't afford teeth. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. And so here's so this is like the topic of the next thing, right? So Joey goes or Joey responds to this, but Nick posts this: Celebrity Star Power Worst News of the Week in Review, May 20th, 27th, 2007. So Nick posted this, right? And this is an article from 2007, like 20 years ago, Hollywood. So it's hard to, like, again, when you want to speak about celebrities or TV or whatever the fuck, trust Nick. If you want to say he got felted in this exchange, that's everybody's opinion, who wins or loses, right? But he knows his shit when it comes to Hollywood, and I don't know why he would post this either, though. So this is an article that goes, Lindsay Lohan crashed her black 2 passengers. This is so funny. So you guys remember this infamously when Lindsay Lohan crashed her fucking SUV like 20 years ago? I remember this when I was a teenager. And everybody's like, oh my God, Lindsay. And now she's like come back. She's made like a new career. She gets a Netflix Christmas movie every fucking year now. She's had sort of a resurgence, right? And she got her shit together. But you guys have to remember this. Boomers in chat, you guys for sure remember all the Lindsay Lohan drama at the time. And she was a party girl and all of this. So at approximately 5:30 a.m., she reportedly sustained chest injuries and was taken to the hospital. 2 others, including DJ singer Samantha Ronson and a young male identified by inside sources as Nick LoPiccolo, were said to be in the vehicle with Lindsay at the time of the accident. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That is fucking funny, dude. Beverly Hills police arrested Lohan and served her with a citation for suspicion of DUI at Century City Medical Plaza. So he was in the car during the infamous fucking Lindsay Lohan. Oh my God. And then he posts Joey with these fans again here. I don't really know what that has to do with anything, but Joey goes, what does being in a car with a drunk rock bottom Lindsay Lohan have to do with anything? LMFAO. Holy shit. So Nick goes, it means I do not give a flying fuck, you toothless, unoriginal 5'5" twink. Oh, man. I got to be honest, I don't know what it had to do with the conversation either, but I love that he posted that because it's like, shit, I remember reading those articles when I was a teenager, like, wow, Lindsay Lohan's crazy. Like, I grew up watching fucking her movies and stuff, you know? So, Joey goes, yeah, man, seems that way. You let her take the wheel. Nick goes, laughing emoji is the universal sign that you know you've been fucking cooked and spit the fuck out. Go buy $7 sunglasses at Chevron. Oh shit, now he's dissing $7 glasses. So Joey goes, I actually back on an expensive sunglasses kick. Oh no, now Joey, see, now Nick just owned Joey here because it's like, you have $7 sunglasses, so... gives a fuck what I'm supposed to spend $1,000 on sunglasses. That's how it's like if somebody goes, you're crying. No, I'm not. Right? So he goes, Nick goes, you got cheap sunglasses and go and get yourself some cheap sunglasses. Right? And then Joey Janela goes, I actually back on an expensive sunglasses kick. Sucks because I always lose them. Now he's like, no, I actually buy expensive ones, but I lose them. That's why I wear these $7. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Both these dudes are fucking hilarious, man. So we move along here, and we covered some of these. So look at this. So Nick LoPiccolo responds to this. Again, we're in like another thread. So Joey Janela tags him and goes, damn, Nick LoPiccolo finally stopped tweeting. He ran out of pink dust. Remember when Blake Monroe threw the pink cocaine in that cage match? That's totally what they were going for because all of the weapons were pink, and then she throws the dust at the end. And it was like a rich girl fucking match. If I was a rich girl. Right? So that was definitely an allusion to or alluding to, rather, pink cocaine. So Nick LoPiccolo goes, no, I was closing a MasterCard deal for an SEC school. I'm out of burns because I don't give a fuck about you, to be honest. And then Joey goes, I don't give a fuck about you, to be honest. Not even a minute later, another tweet. Now, here's the thing with Joey, which we're going to discover in a bit too, and we've seen in the past already. When he argues with JD, like once you kind of cross a line with Joey, he just will keep pestering and trolling and pestering and like trying to fight, and he'll just keep talking shit until, and we'll see it in this segment. Someone pulls up and punches him in the fucking face. Like he doesn't care. Right. So it's almost like useless to go back and forth with him in the first place. And he plays it cool, calm and shit on the forefront. But you'll see with the DMs, he leaked himself with this Orange Crush produce guy who's like melting down on, he's just like really feeling himself now because they got some motion. And he was beefing with Nick LoPiccolo as well. So it's funny, they have a common enemy like Orange Crush, which is a wrestling fed, by the way. They start beefing with Joey, as we're going to see in the segment, but also Nick was beefing with them like 3 days before or something like that, which I didn't chronicle all the Nick stuff because he was just mostly like, who the fuck is this wrestling promoter coming at me? You know, and this guy's been feeling himself, like calling out Brett Lauderdale and all of this shit. So we're going to get into that, but you'll see like Joey, if he feels that you crossed the line with him, he just keeps going. He'll just be like, fuck you. And he'll even like throw money away. He doesn't care, you know? And you got to kind of respect that in a way. In a way, you got to be like, yo, he's kind of base sometimes, the way he just actually, like the mentality of he doesn't give a fuck. And you're like, you're toothless. Bro, he doesn't care. He makes money doing indie shows. He dates babes and shit. He gets to travel around and wrestle. It's hard to like own a guy where his gimmick is, yeah, I'm the toothless dumbass guy who lights himself on fire. Like, it's hard to fucking, you know, it's hard to kind of like knock him for that. He owns it, you know? So you got to give Joey that, right? So we move along here. And so let's take a look, man. And then Nick LoPiccolo responded to that same tweet again, and it's a screen grab of Joey going, I can't keep losing. No way. My career is damaged beyond repair. My 20th anniversary is coming, and the end might be near. I'm sober 2 years. Damn, this is like a fucking freestyle rap here. I can't keep losing. No way. My career is damaged beyond repair. My 20th anniversary is coming. The end might be near. I'm sober 2 years. I can't handle being a role model for the future. I have an eye for talent, and I'd be great over there. No. But he goes, I can handle being you're a poet and didn't know it. Oh, I can handle being a role model for the future. I have an eye for talent, and I'd be a great scout for the amazing WWE ID program. Now, again, why we're screen grabbing this, I don't fucking know. Probably trying to felt his career, but Joey, it could be trolling. Is this a joke? Even if he did lobby for a WWE ID job, I don't think it's that crazy. Maybe he was questioning his Rocky career at the time. But to me, you can't ever take any Joey Janela post ever seriously, because you don't know. He's just, you know, a wacky dude. We are too crazy and wacky dudes, right? So Nick LoPiccolo goes, I'm sober 2 years. WWE, please hire me. Ha ha ha. The guy, was he saying he was sober for 2 years? Ha ha ha. The guy who reps the top of the roster over there is on drugs. LMFAO, that's certainly a choice. So Nick is pointing out, like, because Nick represents, and you guys got to understand something too about Nick. Even a bunch of people he doesn't represent, he fucking he has communication and maybe have closed deals with some people. Like, when you work at Paradigm, you also team up with other agents, or like, let's say you work at CAA or whatever. You will sometimes work with other talent agents who rep other people to help get deals done with your connects that you have more of a fucking. So Nick is like, I know the whole top of WWE's roster and shit. And that's what y'all don't understand. Like, a lot of sickos, you see them go at Nick and they're like, oh, you're unhinged. Why would people rep you or let you rep them and stuff? Well, because if you're getting the movies with Russell Crowe, bro, they're not gonna denounce you like that's your homie, dude, for life. Like Nick has helped change people's lives and shit. You gotta understand that. Now, again, you don't have to like him. I don't even glaze him. I think I'm being pretty fair. I think I've been laughing more at Joey's posts, being honest, okay, in this back and forth. So it's not about that. It's just like you gotta understand that as well. So he comes at it from the approach of like, oh, Joey's begging for a job with WWE. I know a bunch of people there. Now, can Nick help people get jobs in WWE? Maybe. I don't fucking know about that, but he certainly can help people in WWE get fucking other jobs that aren't WWE in possibly movies and shit, and MMA fighters and other things like that. And people try, and again, they clown Nick. They're like, oh, he's failed, so he has to rep wrestlers and MMA fighters and shit. It's like, you mean like Jorge Masvidal? That's like one of the biggest name fighters. He doesn't even have to fight, and he's a big name that people who don't even know fighting know Jorge Masvidal and shit like that. So it's like hard to hate on him when he has like both nights of WrestleMania main event. Nick is like repping those people or closing deals with them and shit like that. It's like, that's not, again, the same way like hating on Joey for, oh, you're missing a tooth and shit, or like attacking his bitches or whatever isn't the way to go. Attacking Nick for like, what are you going to attack him for, like his clientele and shit like that? But anyways, that's besides the point. I'm trying to be fair here in this back and forth, okay? So this popped me hard. Joey Janela goes, oh shit, Pink Dust is back, which JCW. You have Blue Cane, you have Cocaine. Dude, Pink Dust? A female Cocaine that like teams up with Cocaine? Guys, JCW, where's El Juggalo in chat? That's $1 million idea right there. I'm copywriting it. Dude, Pink Dust and Cocaine? Somebody needs to copyright that. Like, that's fucking hilarious. Right? So Joey goes, Pink Dust is back. The dealer came through for our boy. And then, yeah, so we read this, or your dick falls off. We read that. Okay, we read this, the attack at the kids and the gas station attendants. We saw the baby mamas. I love my baby mama. I never let her go. The kids, to bring in the kids into it, it just gets ugly. It's like, fuck. So we the Pink Cocaine, we went over that. So here's this account that everybody, Nick did like a expose, if you will, on this guy. He's accused this So2 TW, who everybody's like, this is a guy named Rovert, and he's been banned off of all this shit, and he operates a bunch of accounts, and he's like a crazy fucking, the sickoest of all sickos. And Tony Khan famously tagged Bix and Span in a tweet going, Bix, please unblock this So2 guy. He's one of the good ones, or whatever. And everybody points to that like Tone's an uber sicko, which he is. This is like uber sicko IWC. We're dabbling in, right? When we talk about this stuff. And so Joey responds to this and goes, basically, when North Korea says they are going to shoot a nuke on Kim Il-sung's birthday. So he's talking about like when North Korea says they're going to shoot a nuke at South Korea on his birthday or whatever the fuck, right? Is that what he's saying? And that's because, so the So2 guy posted, Nick LoPiccolo warns AEW to tap out before 1 year anniversary of Tony Khan feud. Right? And I guess that's what he said. Is that what Nick said? Was he like, AEW tap out before? Is that what he said? Or is that Ringside News peppering it up and putting a little spice on that headline there? And then Nick goes, imagine being shorter than me. Oh my God. They're short. They're both shorties. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Being shorter than your girl, is that like what you guys do? I don't know, man. But I mean, these two ladies, Lena Cross too, like babing, man. Joey's always got some honeys on his arm, you know, over the years. If you've checked it out over the years. So Nick LoPiccolo goes laughing emojis is whatever. And then he defends himself for the sunglasses. Oh my God. And then Nick LoPiccolo responded to the sunglasses and goes, and a selfie. If your glasses cost more than $200 and they aren't Oakley, Ray-Ban, or some other dumb shit you can buy at Sunglass Hut, I'll gift you a pair of Tom Ford. Oh my God, it's a rich guy battle. They're rich. One of them's rich and one of them isn't. Oh my God. Actually, I collect fucking expensive glasses. Joey Janela, come on down. You've won $200 glasses. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't the whole thing like two sunglass companies own like all the sunglasses? They have it like monopolized, except for like if you're a designer, like I'm assuming Tom Ford makes glasses, and that's like, but it's like super high end. But like Ray-Ban, I think co-opted like all, even if you buy like dollar store sunglasses, they like manufacture those as well. For like, it's like the BlackRock of fucking sunglasses, I think. No? Am I off on that? I don't fucking know, but it's Sunglass Spirit. Well, why don't you tell me? I bought my sunglasses for $30 at a gas station. Where do you think I got this boa? I found these I got these sunglasses at a truck stop in the Baja. So, yeah, he's calling him out. Let's see your glasses. And then Joey Janela. Oh, my God. This is actually crazy. With AI, he made this actually goes hard, bro. JCW, someone needs to steal the fuck out of this. This gimmick could actually work in like and then he feuds Cocaine and the Ring Rat or whatever. Okay? Figure this out. You get a girl who's like Marlena or whatever the fuck. What's her name? Terry Runnels, right? You get her in like a pink suit, or a pink dress, pardon me. That's like all shiny and shit. And then you get someone who paints their face in pink with like a pink, and they're like the high end, and they're so geeked out of their mind that they're all like effeminate and shit, but obviously they're kind of straight because they're girl. It's like androgynous or whatever, and they're wearing like a shiny pink gold dust suit, and they're pink dust, and they go against Cocaine, and they're like, get that cheap shit out of here, huh? Because Gold Dust would do the jaw, the teeth clamping thing, and the whole, you know, that actually is such a good gimmick for like a knockoff Pro Wrestling Fed or JCW. Bro, let me tell you about booking Pink Dust. Phil Marks isn't as much of a mark as he's seen. Bro, he actually came up with a brilliant idea, bro.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And then the pink IC title, it's like this actually goes hard as like a fucking joke gimmick. So yeah, it's just people going, it's made with AI. Just like this guy's tweets, this good mic work guy, he's literally, his tweets are all boomer AI. That's what it sounds like. That's how they read. It says made with AI, but I don't believe it. Dude, if that was a real picture, this would go actually hard, though. That's the fucking thing. Joey should do that gimmick on like a show. Honest to God, like he does all these mystery manias and shit. Like it's some indie level shit. Your boy Phil's admitting it's some indie. I'm not saying do this in WWE. I'm just saying like JCW. If I can do something like it would actually be funny. So this guy goes, I think bro has a psychosexual fascination with you. And then Joey says, all these weird pro wrestling, dirt-loving, intoxicated cokeheads are obsessed with me. Well, I don't know. I might be classified as a weird pro wrestling, dirt-loving. I don't know. I don't really like the dirt on the pro wrestling. I just kind of laugh at the dirt sheets. Intoxicated. I don't know. I don't drink that much. Cokeheads. Definitely not that. Definitely quit that. So you're not talking about me. Joey's not talking about me. No. They boost about women. Boast. Who's they? Joey, you're fucking up. You mean to say Nick. What do you mean they? Well, actually, no, he's not, actually. Shout out Joey, because this is the thing. He is talking about Steve Carrier as well of Ringside News. Because he was doing the same thing, having like a post your chick battle with Joey Janela. And he was all drunk and shit and all fucked up. You guys remember that? That wasn't too long ago as well. So he's actually onto something with this by lumping them together, I guess. Owning homes, expensive sunglasses. To me, Joey's so hung up on the sunglasses that really hit him hard. To me, like, they are trying to win me over. Like, they want to hear from me. Yeah, man, you guys are cool bros. I was wrong about you super sick dudes. Both have been nonstop in my DMs trying to call truces. Provide receipts. I don't know, man. Are they trying to call truces? I don't know about that. And pretending that they're just working or trolling. But in reality, they are higher Giza Plateau seeking engagement because no one will hang out with these disasters anymore in real life. They are higher Giza Plateau? What am I not? Oh, he's trying to say they're higher than the Giza Plateau. Okay, it's just I'm like, I know I'm dyslexic, but what the fuck are you saying? What am I reading here? Is that me? Am I? So, let me just reread. Okay, they're trying to call truces and pretending they're just working or trolling. Are they? I don't know. Here's the thing with Nick, though. He drops so many fucking DMs. I just don't know. Like, if that were the case, he'd probably just leak it himself. But whatever. I'm not demanding anyone leaks DMs. That is fucking lame when people do shit like that. So we move along. Unless it's, like, cool, you know? Unless you know, like, okay, it's cool. So Nick did an AMA. I implore you all check it out, and maybe I'll just keep it in the folder, and maybe we'll go through it sometime, because there was like people asked him some real questions on there, and I just thought it was about the way he promoted it was like he was like, oh, we're gonna talk about sickos, kind of. It's what Nick made it seem like, and I was like, why? I said on the show, I'm like, why give them so much energy, dude? I don't get it. Or he didn't say sickos. He said like fucking, you know, people trolling him and shit. So yeah, we'll go through that another time. But Joey Janela, though, man, he just goes and goes and goes, and he got into a situation here with Produce Wrestling, Orange Crush, which is a Fed, and what they do, I guess, is it's called Produce or Produce. I don't know what syllable they put the emphasis, right? So Produce by Orange Crush is like the official name of this shit, or Produce Wrestling is what people call it. And Produce, I guess it's like this guy who books it, and then he teams up with wrestlers to co-promote show or co-produce shows. So it's not like a traditional indie. It's like, okay, I'm going to team up with Joey Janela, and then he's going to like book the matches and produce the show and put it all together. And then the next show, I'm going to team up with Shayna Baszler, and then she's going to, you know, piece together how we do the show, etc. So recently this Orange Crush, and he's at Orange Crush Art, and then I think there's a Produce Orange Crush or some shit Twitter. There's two accounts, and I believe it's the same person, right? If I'm fucking wrong, this is the guy who originated this Orange Crush Art. Like, this is his personal, follows PWT, what up? But then, like, the Produce Orange Crush is the fucking Fed, right? And both of these accounts have been called out on some weirdo shit, and there's been some arguments going on between fans, Orange Crush, WWE ID, Joey Janela. Joey got wrapped up in it, and it went kind of deep, right? And also LoPiccolo was like arguing with Orange Crush, and he was like, who the fuck is this bum wrestler, promoter, fucking talking shit to me, da-da-da-da-da, right? And so what happened here was Orange Crush allegedly, in Cultaholic's opinion, tried to convince Marcus Mathers to burn WWE ID contract. Okay? And this pissed some fans off, and they were like, that's a bad look. Like, he has an opportunity of a lifetime, da-da-da. And this Orange Crush dude's been feeling himself in some of these arguments. And I didn't bookmark everything or we'd be here all goddamn night. But what happened here was this guy, Scott Mitchell, goes, bummer. And we'll circle back to what Joey said. I just want to say this first here. He goes, I was skeptical of that produce promotion since the whole Marcus Mathers shit. Completely unprofessional, and don't blame Joey Janela and Megan Bain for pulling off all future shows. Hope Adam and Produce can get better. So this is what happened, man. Joey Janela posts, some of the biggest losers on social media are vague posting clowns, and he's talking about Produce, who's like, some wrestlers are feeling themselves too much and shit. And it's just so ironic because that's what this guy's been doing. And he's just been arguing with a bunch of people and shit. He's going to start arguing with me now after this shit. So he goes, posting clowns. So I'd like to provide some context for the falling out between me and Adam, Orange Crush. Adam has to learn how to speak to people. He was a great friend of mine and also just a great guy. But somewhere within the last year or two, that changed. He becomes someone that has been absolutely unhinged, deplorable, and embarrassing to others around him, including his friends. Many wrestlers have conversations with me and others regarding his delusional behavior and the way he talks down to them. So that's shitty. And we get a bunch of DMs dropped. So when Joey's like, they're offering truces, it's like, I don't know, man. You drop DMs on people and drop DMs on JD and shit. So like he would just drop the DMs if these people were calling for truces. We saw the DMs of you and the carrier going back and forth. So if Nick was like, truce, man, I'm working, I'm sure Joey would just drop that, but maybe he's holding on to it. I don't fucking know. And also, yes, Produce is on my AEW. And ever since he's been on my AEW, I feel like he's been feeling himself way too much. And Joey Janela goes, yesterday I woke up at 4:30 a.m. to catch a normal flight to JFK. When I went to check in, I saw the flight was canceled. Figuring Brett was asleep, so Brett Lauderdale, I assume, and Adam was up on drugs. Holy shit, just dirty. I hit him up since I was heading to his show to figure out new flight options. I hit him up and we quickly realized nothing in the tri-state was available. He asked me if I could fly to Midway to find something, but everything was booked there too. He sent me a flight which I thought was Minneapolis, Chicago connection, Philadelphia, then an Uber from Philly to NYC. In which I replied, I ain't doing all that. And then Philly to NYC in an Uber. How long is that? Like a couple hours? In which I replied, I ain't doing all that, which enraged him to degrade my booking the day before. Here are some screenshots. So let's see if we think, because Joey Janela's just dumping all this. This is his side of the story. He's taking shots, being like he's up on drugs and all this shit. And Joey just going, nah, I ain't doing all that. That's the end. He missed his flight or whatever the fuck, or it was canceled on him. He didn't miss it. Okay, so we'll see who's really being the dick. So he screen grabs the shit and then shows him like how the travel's gonna work for Joey. And then Joey goes, I ain't doing all that. To Philly at 4:45. How am I getting from Philly to NYC? And then this Adam guy goes, I don't know, man, an Uber. The show is at 8. Make the attempt to make your date. This is a pay-per-view. So, okay, that's some kind of wild ass. Like, if Joey's shit was canceled, then just being like, make the attempt to make your date. This is a pay-per-view. It's like, whoa, chill. You know, that already is like, whoa, get to the show. And don't prioritize bullshit 1 p.m. bookings across the country for half the rate next time. Then he's like, huh? Use my card. So this guy is one of these people who clearly goes, yeah, just use my card. I'm putting the show on. You're co-producing it. Just get there and da-da-da. So he just hangs that shit over people's heads. And you can be friends for a bunch of years. Everybody's known someone like that, but they will just try and hang like Oh, yeah, well, I put the money up. You fucking, now I'm going to talk to you like shit. Everybody's had someone like that in their life. And that's the worst type of shit, man. I do not fucking deal with that whatsoever. And anybody that I've ever helped in my life that I've had a falling out with, I've never been like hung shit over their fucking head. I think that's just so lame to do. So Joey goes, "You're angry at me like it's my fault." And then this guy goes, "It's not your fault, but you're making it my problem and I'm paying for it." Okay? So make it easy on me, or wake up Brett and make him figure it out. I have a show to produce. Get it? Get it? I got to produce a show. Oh, go. And he goes, "Yeah, good for you, big promoter, man." So see, there, produce starts getting motion, and this guy's just feeling himself. I just get that vibe from reading all this. And then Joey goes, "I don't like the fucking way you're speaking to me." And see, that was a line crossed. Now Joey's just going to go, "Fuck you." That's how Joey is, man. You can tell with every interaction. I've psychoanalyzed him. I've been chronicling his fucking public outbursts and his public beefs for years now. "I don't like the fucking way you're speaking to me like it's my fault, haha." And then he goes, "I gave you options and payment methods." Yeah, you're being a big baby, man. I'm not. Toy, know what? You know what? I'm not coming. I don't like the way you speak. You're a friend. Now, here's the one thing I'll say. If Joey's promoted for being there, like if he's on the bill, like he's supposed to be there and people already know he's going to be there, then that's kind of fucked for him to be like, "No, I'm not going." But if he's not promoted yet, and it's like, yeah, nobody made a poster yet, then fucking... okay, then that's chill if you back out and whatever the fuck. But if it's like promoted, Joey Janela is going to be here, then you just suck it up, take the fucking money, and then just don't work with the guy ever again. I think that's a fair thing to do. But also, again, Joey doesn't give a fuck, and he will burn any bridge. He does not care, right? You're a friend, Adam, but you need to reevaluate how do you speak to people, especially Joey Janela. So, like, right? Joey's a cocky fuck, too. Absolutely. I'm not trying to fucking sweep for him. He's a cocky fucker too. I don't give a shit about your bank account or how much you're worth. The first thing you said to me was, he goes, "My flight got canceled. I ain't doing all that," is the first thing Joey said to him. It happens. You think about how you speak to people. Now that's true with him going, "I ain't doing all that." Maybe that is... but I don't know. I don't even take it that way. I just take it like it's your shit got canceled and you're like, "I ain't doing all that." And then it's like, "Yeah, bro, that fucking sucks, but you got to show up to the show. Like, you're promoted, man. This is the best I can do. Wake Brett's ass up." Right? That's how I would take it, but I don't know. Maybe this guy, like maybe these two just have harbored resentment towards each other for a while that they haven't, because they've said they've been friends for a long time. So who knows? So he goes, "It happens. You think about how you speak to people." So I don't know. Maybe I'll give the Orange Crush guy that. But he goes, "Go fuck yourself and find another producer for 913. Me and Megan are out." So now what stinks is now Megan's dragged into, "Oh, I can't work with that guy now." But she's in AEW. She don't give a fuck. "Big promoter, man. Big wrestling brain, Adam. I tried my best, and you're acting like it's my fault." And see, Joey will just start taking shots at people. Big promoter, man, big brain. Like there's just, something in his brain where he's just like, "All right, now it's fighting words time. Fuck you." And he goes, "I booked you at double your rate on a weekday on a pay-per-view main event spot. I'm not sure why I'm the one getting cursed out." And he goes, "And my flight got canceled and you're acting like I'm booked for WrestleMania and it's my fault." And he goes, "And you're the only one out of 50 I'm having this conversation with right now." "Yes, because those flights weren't canceled. Mine was." He goes, "I'm not blaming you. Exhaust the alternative. Use my card." So here's the thing, right? Joey did kind of call him on his bluff because this guy's like, if he didn't really care and he was all big, just use my card and figure it, he'd just be like, "All right, fuck you then, whatever. Cut my losses." But no, he's like, "No, man, just come. I gave you my card. I never blamed you, bro." So Joey did kind of call his bluff. It's kind of funny. You did saying I'm prioritizing a 1 p.m. booking. It's 8 a.m. in production. I didn't prioritize anything. I didn't say it was your fault. I took a booking the same way I always take a booking. And the flight, and here's the thing, shitting on his booking, being like, don't take this booking for half the rate. Well, you're not his dad, so shut up. Like, you're not going to tell him what bookings and then shit on his other dates and stuff. Like, I don't think that's cool either from the produce guy. Like, acting like you're this big fucking shot. Like, you don't know where he worked, or maybe you do, but who cares? If it was 50 people or 5,000 people, like, if they paid a lower, who gives a fuck? That's none of your business. And I got the flight canceled. Typical travel bullshit. I tried to look at options, figure it out, and was going to take the Southwest, no issue. But then you went off on a tangent. And he goes, well, if it's a 12-hour away booking, you should be able to rent a car. If you're no-showing, that booking took priority. Then that booking took priority. So just let me know. Rent a car? So then he drops more DMs. He goes, I booked you at double your rate on a weekday and on a pay-per-view main event spot. I'm not sure why I'm the one getting cursed out. Okay, so we read that. Oh, yeah, so they kind of just loop against each other. Okay, let's see. So we read those. And then Joey goes, of course I'm going to curse at this dude and call him names. I'm an independent wrestler of 20 years, and nobody has ever talked to me like this regarding a booking. I have over 100 screenshots of what has been said over the last 2 days, but I'm not posting all of them. Also, the building Pioneer Works will never have him. So Pioneer, or did he mean to say produce? It just auto-corrected. Never have him back because the way he's spoken to them over the past couple days, whether in person or via text. Here's also a text Adam sent me for some reason. It's in regards to either Tiger Mask or Black Tiger 2. Flight was canceled from LA to NYC, which he again sent his credit card to for whatever Tiger to buy a new flight. Many options from LA to JFK. You wouldn't believe who he said this delusional shit to. You make the town, dude. It's a pay-per-view. So he's like, dude, this is how he talks to, like, other wrestlers, too. It's not just me. But again, it's just, like, two, like, little, we don't know what could be up above here, Just two little excerpts from some random convo. So then Joey goes, at the end of the day, he decided to make up a whole new scenario in his head that I missed the flight. So he goes, you didn't even promo our last 2 shows. You no-showed pre. You missed your flight. So see, there's resentment for not promoting and shit. I didn't miss shit, and you text me. My flight got canceled. I'm fucking Joey Janela. Come on, bro. Don't big-time me. Don't talk down to me. I didn't miss my flight. These guys, both of their egos are out of whack. You're making a fake scenario in your head now that I missed my flight. My flight was canceled. You were the last guy to notice, and I'm still here trying to help. That's what you're going to run with, that I missed my flight? I have been talking to you for 3 hours. I got to go set up. LMFAO. No, you're going to explain now that you believe I missed my flight. Like, look at how these guys both just demand, no, you're going to do this. I'm going to cover for you. I believe you didn't realize that shit was fucked up till you woke up when everyone else was panicking and texting me at midnight. Yeah, I do what I do every show. I woke up at 4:30, went to check in, and it was canceled. But you're going to run with some bullshit now that I missed my flight? I'm not running with shit. You said it in writing that I missed my flight. To you, heated in passing, not the public, not the boys. Did I miss my flight? No. So again, this orange guy's like, yeah, well, I said it to you in heating and passing. It's not like they both do this thing where they take like subtle little shots. Pre is press. He lined up a Fightful interview for me, and I was wiped out and overslept. So I did, in fact, miss that interview to promote the show. Fucking Fightful, dude. That's hilarious.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
He just big-timed it. More context, including proof I didn't miss my flight. He still told people last night that I missed my flight. And then all of this, well, he told people this and he told people that. Well, fucking, we don't know that he actually told anybody anything. Brett looked at the best option to get me there for your show, and everything was fucked last week, so we had to settle on this. I'll rebook the match. It's fine. If you can get in somehow, let me know. I'm not coming. I missed my flight. Rebook the match and the next show. So he just said it's over. He just said it's over. It's over between us. So that was their war, dude. And then Produce is like, appreciate the irony of Brett and Joey handing out Indie Wrestling Hall of Fame plaques on Triller while being the only promotion that gets paid out by a company that ripped off every independent wrestling company in the world for millions of dollars, as well as AEW. Classy. So now this guy's just like an Uber AEW stan because he's on the My AEW app, so now he's feeling himself. Now he's fucking, yeah, good. GCW sucks and ripped off all the boys and shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. And GCW's been ID'd, so we'll see. And then Joey Janela did get in the ring and go, if Tony Khan had some balls, he'd let Megan Bayne wrestle guys on TV. Which I don't think he has to do that. But Joey, again, he doesn't care. He'll burn bridges, but like she clearly loves him. Like, look at the way she's looking at him too. Like she loves this dude, so you can't hate on that, you know? And part of his charm is that he does not give a fuck, like at all. And I just, hopefully this doesn't like backfire on her to where she doesn't get booked some, but maybe she doesn't care. Maybe she's like, I don't care. I'll go wrestle in Japan again. You think I give a fuck? As long as I got my boo thing or whatever. And if that's the case, man, more power to them. You know, way more power to them for that. But Joey Janela, here's the only footage of him in a real fight. And this is a throwback to when this is actually a work shoot work. And Dylan Bostic, it's not YouTube. It is. Dylan Bostic deleted this video of him showing, and this is from Matthew Gregg. Shout out Botchamania. This is a video of him showing up to a GCW event, having paid to get in, to start a fight with Joey before half the roster showed up. Anyway, here it is. So this is the infamous video. And then Joey throws a table. And then a bunch of people jump in, and it's wrestlers throwing working punches and stomping people.
Get it back! Get it back!
This is, of course, pro wrestling. And this is so fucking dumb. The people are like, whatever. I don't mean to get all when. So people who don't know how to fight, this is what happens. They start stomping, but then you're also stomping on Joey Janela in Minecraft, right? Like Mayhem Miller will tell you this. He recently said this maybe a few years ago, actually, on Quentin Rampage Jackson's pod. Mayhem Miller talked about when he got into a brawl with Nick Diaz, and he's like, yeah, if a bunch of dudes jump on you, you get one of their boys to the ground, because then, like, if they have you surrounded, because then they won't stomp on you, because then they're going to stomp on their friends, you know? Like, they're not going to stomp on their homies. Literally all these marks, and I don't know if even wrestlers jump in to stomp on this guy, but they're also just bunch of fucking idiots. It's hilarious. I love psychoanalyzing when wrestling gets real.
Hey! Get it back! Get it back!
So like Joey's getting this wrestler who's trying to stomp on him just accidentally stomped on Joey's chin and neck. You know, like you don't do that. And it's crazy because Joey will be like, yeah, let's meet up and fight. He said it to JD and shit, but this is how you fight, bro. I'm sorry. Like, this guy grabs him by his, like, beard or shirt, gets somewhat of a good shot, and I mean, he's throwing shots. Joey's just trying to clinch him.
Get it back! Get it back!
And then you have like this random fan like stomping on Joey too. It's just like, oh my God. And I mean, the fans are there. People don't know if it's a shoot or a work. Megan Bayne legit looked concerned when she saw him walking up. So you can just tell she just loves Joey, dude. But I don't know who won that fight. It wasn't really much of a tussle, and it was, of course, pro wrestling. This is a pro wrestling show, right, YouTube overlords? And so there you go, man. That's just, again, the beginning of the Joey Janela saga and kind of And I'm not promoting he get in a fight with anybody. I'm promoting they all get together and hug. Okay, hug over the fact how about this? You all get hot bitches. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Wrestling's Not Fake.
Wrestling's Not Fake!
And that was PWT live show for this evening. Round of applause to the PWT universe. We went over 4 hours, man. There wasn't even that much news, and I made a hell of a show for you guys. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Time. Support. Become a member of the channel. Become a patron. Support PWT. I love doing these fucking shows. Your guys support directly. Supports the show and what we do. And yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm Phil S. Marks. You guys have been fantastic. Club PWT, where you at? And I'll see you guys on the next one. I'll see you guys for Memba Monday. Be good. Peace and love.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Ooh, yeah. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone made another huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in his head. The forums laughed, the podcast cried, the tribal wars burned all night. But Dave was there with a brand new take, explaining every questionable mistake. The critics yell from far and wide, but Dave is always by Tone's side. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and I'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone on the phone at 2:45. Dave, what'd you think of the show? Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro. The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here.